Okay, none. Boots. Oh. Oh. All right. Okay. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Planning Commission for Wednesday, May 11th to order. I'd like to do that. Can I? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? The roll call, please.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Chair McKinnon is absent. Commissioner Newbolt's absent. Commissioner Perry?
Here.
And Vice Chair Anderson.
Here. Could we have the Planning Director's report, please?
Sure. Good evening, Commission. Last night, the City Council approved the 500 Broadway project. So that's something the Commission reviewed a few months ago, I guess. They also approved the changes to the downtown parking that the Commission reviewed. One modification they made was to ask staff to work with the high school, the school district, to come up with a TDM plan. And if we can come to an agreement on a TDM plan, we would delay their rate increase. So giving them a chance to work on TDM rather than face the increase. So otherwise they adopted the recommendations from the Planning Commission. Coming up on the Commission's agenda, June 1st is our next meeting. So we will review the Michigan Avenue parking structure, alcohol CUP for a restaurant on Ocean Avenue, and you'll get a presentation on the Pico neighborhood plan. And then on June 15th, we have a variance on 25th Street, alcohol CUP for a location on Colorado, and then also alcohol CUP for the AMC at 1444 3rd Street. So if you recall, the Commission approved a alcohol CUP for the 7-screen AMC. This is for the 4-screen in the third block of the promenade. A couple of things I wanted to mention. Again, the Coast event, so I'll pass these out, but on Sunday, June 5th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., this is a Ciclavia type event where Main Street, Colorado, and Ocean will be closed to auto traffic and be open for bikes, pedestrians, and other modes. So I'll pass those down. And then just again, a reminder, Expo is opening on May 20th, grand opening 9:30, first train at noon. And then the other thing to mention, May 19th is Bike to Work Day. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any Planning Commissioner announcements? Okay, item 6 is the public hearing, the consent calendar. And is it an oppose? Okay, so that means we'll pull 6A from the consent calendar.
And I'll move approval of 6B.
Second.
Before we vote, I guess I am wondering if I would be interested in entertaining a motion to move item. Did I screw up? Should I have done this before? I would be interested in entertaining a motion to move item 7C, the 626 Lincoln Boulevard, to the consent calendar. The applicant has made some requested changes, but I understand from staff that we have an amended STOA and approval, so that is the item that could be moved to consent calendar so that all of the requests by the applicant could be accommodated. And I guess I would just say that I think a motion like this is a means of demonstrating to the community how important affordable housing is and how supportive we are of affordable housing. Okay. So we've had a first and a second on the existing consent calendar, which is item 6B. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So I think we will move to a staff presentation of item 6A, which is 2102 5th Street. Am I doing this right? 16 ENT 17. The applicant requests approval of a vesting tentative parcel map to create 3 residential condominium air parcels on a single parcel as part of a 2-story multifamily development with a subterranean garage in the OP2 Ocean Park Low Density Zoning District. Steve? Me? Okay, I've been assisted. You're on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Planning Commission, Steve Bizlakami. So really quickly, this was a continued item from the April 20th hearing. The item before you is for a tentative parcel map for 3 condominium units on the property, which is located in the OP2. The Planning Commission had continued the item for further information from staff regarding whether or not findings could be made to disapprove the application based on findings of inconsistency with the general plan. And as provided in the staff report, staff does not believe that that could be done as provided in the staff report. A few items of information, background information. There was some discussion about 2 properties north of the subject property in terms of those properties also having requests for multifamily. Just so based on building records, we do have applications that are in with the city for single family residential development for the 2 that are up north. And then also to clarify that the let's see here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll keep it at that for now.
Are there any immediate pressing questions of staff? I guess the applicant has 15 minutes to present. The applicant here. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, all. I didn't come prepared to make a presentation, but the only other thing that I would add to what Mr. Kami stated is that one of the comments by one of the commissioners in the last meeting was with regards to the procedure for rent control clearance that has been completed on this project, and the owners of this property and owned 2 adjacent lots to the north, and they initially proposed to have those also subdivided to 3-unit condominiums, but that plan has changed. So those will be those 2 lots to the north will be 2 new single-family, and the project that is in front of you is the only subdivision project. I'm here to answer any questions that the commission may have. This is a pretty straightforward 3-unit subdivision project.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. Since you brought it up, the question about compliance with the rent control law, you said you've already received an approved Ellis removal. Is that correct? Can you tell me what you've done?
That is an element that the property owner developer has pursued, not myself personally, but I do have confirmation that a recorded release, or I'm not sure what the proper acronym for it is, has been basically recorded, meaning that it has already gone through the process of rent control release.
Are there tenants on the property?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have. Oh, please.
One of the reasons this was continued is that some of us felt, and some of the neighbors felt, that the front building in particular on that lot contributed something to the character of the neighborhood. And I'm just throwing it out there. We can't make you, but it would be really awesome if you and, you know, the people on your team would consider reusing that building and retaining it, because it would mean a lot to the neighborhood to have that streetscape continue to have that building.
I hear you and understand. I don't know what I don't want to make a false promise. In order to develop a 3-unit subdivision with subterranean, semi-subterranean parking, I don't think would make it practical to maintain the existing structure.
You can move them around pretty easily. Have some experience in that I can share with you.
I suppose everything is possible, but there are other constraints, and obviously...
Understood.
Yeah. I understand your desire, but I don't want to make a false promise. The project in front of you is a 3-unit subdivision.
I
One
understand.
structure with 2-story and semi-subterranean parking.
Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi, do you have a question?
Yeah, 2 questions. One is, you say there are 2 lots north of this lot?
Yes.
Where you are planning to develop single-family homes on
That's
those
correct.
lots? What's on those lots now?
I believe one is, they're both single-family dwellings, I believe.
And are those single families going to be torn down and
Yes.
new ones built?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second question, are you aware that you could move your units to 5 feet within the rear property line if you preserve the building in the front?
I will make a note of that to the architect and the owners.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah. And the reason that was instituted was, if we zoom up on Ocean Park and look at the whole area of Ocean Park, it's a rather unique area. But what makes it unique is, and these are very rough numbers, there's about 11,000 parcels in that area, but something like 600-800 of them are single-family residences. And those very small numbers, less than 10%, actually do a lot to contribute to the quality of the neighborhood and the difference of Ocean Park, say, compared to Mid-Wilshire. And it's the fact that you have this mix of multifamily and single-family. When you start subtracting single-family homes, at a certain point, it just becomes Mid-Wilshire. Nothing wrong with Mid-Wilshire, but it's a different neighborhood than Ocean Park. What's unique about Ocean Park is the mixture. So I'm personally very reluctant to let go of single-family homes. They're very valuable in the role they play in the whole neighborhood. And that's what's generating all this resistance. There's not just that particular building, but all single-family homes. And that's why the code was amended to allow us to preserve the front building, but use up more of the rear yard. What this design seems to have is a huge front yard, making sure the building is gone, and then, you know, fairly modest-sized buildings in the back, which is fine, but it's not as good as we could have gotten if the front building had been preserved.
You know, I believe the city attorney has something he'd like to share.
I'm interpreting the questioning from Commissioner Frisco and yourself as being instructional and educational, but not directly relevant to the matter before you. I think you had a discussion about your rather narrow purview at last meeting, and have information that's been provided to you. And it sounds like that may be a discussion that you want to have later, and maybe council wants to consider about what would be the appropriate regulations that should govern this area, which you could then apply as objective standards, but those aren't before you now.
Okay. Thank you. Before we go to public comment, I'm noting here that we were supposed to do ex parte disclosures, so if we could do those now, and Barry, are those above and beyond what were disclosed?
I assume you did disclosures last time, so you would just have to disclose anything that's any conversations that you might have had with, you know, that would warrant disclosure since then.
Anyone? Okay. So, moving on to public comment, we have Richard King. Mr. King, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, as you know, my name is Rick King, Richard King. I live on Cedar Street between 10th and 11th. I have a single-family home there. I also own an apartment in the building, the complex, which is south and west of the parcel that is under discussion. This complex, though not Le Corbusier or Frank Lloyd Wright or Frank Gehry, still has architecture, and it has open spaces and fits in well in the neighborhood. And it abuts the parcel that we're talking about. The buildings, the house and the building in the back on the parcel that we're talking about are really unique. They're beautiful. You can imagine Raymond Chandler writing a crime novel in one of those buildings. The two parcels further north are not as architecturally interesting. So my question, and I don't know the ins and outs, but it seems, is it possible to preserve the architecturally interesting building and maybe do something with the other two parcels? Is there some way? I know that there are economic considerations, there are legal considerations, but certainly from aesthetic considerations and the quality of the neighborhood, it would be a shame to lose what is really absolutely gorgeous buildings that are fast disappearing in this city. And I agree with the commissioner who mentioned that Ocean Park has a unique quality, and though Mid-Wilshire is perfectly okay, it would be a shame to miss the unique quality that Ocean Park has. And every one of these buildings, one of these houses that gets taken out, reduces it. So I would just urge you to look, if possible, to look into some way of compromising and working out something that could work for everybody and still preserve this unique piece of architecture. Thank you.
I believe we have a question from Commissioner Fresco.
Yeah.
I have to pose this in a form of a question. Are you aware that we have a landmarks ordinance and that when buildings that are over 40 years of age are proposed for demolition, it automatically triggers a Landmarks Commission review for possible designation?
Yes.
So that would be something to look out for and to follow for you.
So you mean that could happen? I mean, in other words, that it
That
could
has
be,
not happened
That
yet.
has not happened yet, but it could be something. Yeah, no, I mean, I will definitely follow up on that, and thank you. I'd also like to mention that my mother was she's now deceased, and that's why I have the apartment, but was the president of the Homeowners Association in that complex that is adjacent as well. So we have deep ties into the neighborhood. When I first moved to Los
Thank you.
Angeles, that's where I was.
Thank you.
you.
The applicant has 3 minutes to respond to the public comment.
The only thing I would like to add is that at this point, the developer does not have any other plans to do anything different for the two lots to the north than previously mentioned. That will be two new single family, and they will be beautiful and new, and per all city codes.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Entertain a motion.
I move approval.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
We have to do a roll.
Oh, it's a voice vote. I knew that. I was just testing. Jean, can we have a voice vote, please?
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi,
Abstain.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Perry,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Anderson.
Yes. Motion passes. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to item 7, which are the public hearings. And I think before we initiate discussion on the various items, that we're going to talk a little bit about the order of the agenda and whether we're going to continue some items. Maybe staff can help me with this. I believe that the applicant for 7A has requested a continuance. Is that correct? And the applicant for 7B has not asked for continuance. Is that correct? That's Buxton.
I think that's our understanding is the applicant for 7A would like to request a continuance of that item.
Okay. And then I think the third thing to consider is that it's of critical importance that we get to item 7C this evening, so we might want to consider making that item the first public hearing item. So are there thoughts from the commission?
Yeah, I support moving 7C as the next item that we hear. Customarily, the commission hears projects with 5 members present, and I'm not aware of any other reasons for a continuance. So my lean would be that we hear 7A and 7B. And I'll be thinking of it in terms of if we're looking at a technical denial, that I'm open to considering a continuance at that point for a time when an additional commissioner or two could be here.
It seems like if they've asked for a continuance for whatever reason, it doesn't hurt us to give that when we have more commissioners. There's something that would keep us from doing that. There's some advantage one way or the other.
I would just caution the commission that it has been your consistent practice that when there are only 4 commissioners present and the applicant requests a continuance, that you will grant that as a matter of course, because as you know, it would take 4 commissioners to approve the item that's before them. The commission has not done that when there's 5 commissioners present, because that same concern is not the case. And I would only caution you that if you were to extend that courtesy in this situation, then you would, want to extend it generally. You don't want to set up a special unique case, and so you have to carefully consider whether you want to set up that precedent. The other thing is I would remind the commission that we, as part of the zoning ordinance update, we, or the commission and then the council, revised the provision dealing with requests for continuance to provide more specificity to the basis. That's section 9.37060. And it sets forth a list of considerations that the applicant can present in requesting that continuance. So those are the considerations.
Commissioner Perry.
Well, do you still have a question, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
They don't meet those conditions.
Here, Mike.
If they don't meet those conditions in the code, then there's no reason to continue. I thought it was more discretionary, but
yeah, I mean, I could read the conditions, and I would, if you want to spend time on it, would note that this is a listing that they have to demonstrate good cause, and then there's a listing of what constitutes good cause. But it does say this is a list, not an exclusive list. It's kind of exemplary as what constitutes good cause. So someone can argue what the cause is. All I'm saying, and it doesn't necessarily have to fall within those provisions, although those are guides, obviously. All I'm saying is, in terms of establishing a rule that if there's only 5 of you present, you're going to entertain a continuance, you could do that, but I think you just need to be cognizant that sets a precedent that you'd probably want to continue to follow.
I guess I would just add, I think it's important to remember that it's unclear when we're going to have a full A time and B a full commission again. So, do you have any comments?
I'm going to say I'm inclined to move 7C up and hear these 2 items after and not grant the continuance.
Okay.
based on what we just heard from City Attorney.
Okay, so I believe we need a motion to move 7C.
I'll move that we hear 7C now.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So, item 7C, I'm not going to read this whole thing, 1626 Lincoln Boulevard, 15 ENT, minor modifications and major modifications for a 64-unit affordable housing development. We need to start with ex parte communication disclosures.
I met with the architect last week for about an hour, went over the project.
Ditto.
So I met with the applicant team for about an hour on February 29th and for approximately an hour on April 28th. We discussed the affordability levels, the timing constraints, the site plan, and the design. I spoke with the applicant's attorney today for about 5 minutes regarding the air quality study.
I met with the applicant's team at 2 p.m. on April 28th. The meeting was about an hour, and we discussed the design and the affordability levels and the mix of the project. And when I received the email, I received an email from CCSM today about the modifications to the STOA, and I wrote back with a question about one of the words in there, the high-rise distinction, and it was clarified for me by email. I guess I have to forward that to the...
And I had very brief email communication with applicant, just trying to clarify if they had feedback on the proposed conditions, and they shared that feedback with the entire commission. I also spoke with the applicant's attorney this morning, again, just to clarify whether there were any concerns about the conditions. So, staff report. Oh, Steve's back.
Okay, good evening, Planning Commission, Steve Beans-Okami. Copies of the PowerPoint presentation are currently being made, so when those are ready, we'll bring those up for you. So the next item on the agenda is a development review permit for an affordable housing project in conjunction with the 500 Broadway development agreement, and the property is located at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard. The property is located in the mixed-use Boulevard District between Olympic and Colorado Avenue, with a total lot size of 27,800 square feet. It's currently developed with an auto repair facility. The property project would provide the off-site affordable housing component for the 500 Broadway development agreement. On March 9th, the Planning Commission recommended that City Council approve the DA, including the zoning map amendment for the subject property. The DA and the amendments in the final EIR were approved last night by City Council. This housing project was analyzed under the Alternative 4 of the EIR that was certified by Council, thus providing the CEQA clearance for this project. And the site will be dedicated to the applicant, who is Community Corporation of Santa Monica, who would then construct the affordable housing project. And the ARB conceptually reviewed this project last October. The building would be 5 stories, 53 feet in height, with an FAR of 1.8. Including 64 residential units with a unit composition of 29 one-bedroom, 18 two-bedroom, and 17 three-bedroom units. A two-level subterranean garage would provide 63 parking spaces and a total 12 short-term bike parking spaces, along with the 116 long-term spaces would be provided. And the affordability levels would range between 30 and 60% AMI, and the manager's unit at 80% AMI. The project consists of two separate building forms connected by pedestrian bridges, with facades consisting of plaster and sunshade louvers. The site includes a 15-foot wide storm drain easement that bisects the property from the front to the rear. Accordingly, the overall building layout, site plan, and location of the subterranean garage is designed around this existing drain. Approximately 11,000 square feet of common open space would be provided for residents on the ground floor, which is about 39% of the total site. Approximately 2,500 square feet of community room space is provided on the ground floor adjacent to the sidewalk. That would provide resident services specific to project residents. Services would include classes and workshops that support resident health and wellness, employment, and youth development. Although the project is not required to provide ground floor commercial as an affordable housing project, staff believes the ground floor pedestrian orientation requires further improvement and overall activation. And this would be consistent with the ARB comments provided during concept review. Staff recommends that the ARB pay particular attention to the ground floor design as reflected in condition number 4. We're almost there. Okay. Well, let me move on to the elevations. The north elevation of the building would be set back 10 feet from the side property line and would consist of windows and step-out balconies. We're just going to move on here. The south elevation, although limited in terms of its openings based on its location on the property line, should be further enhanced, and the ARB recommended additional articulation as well as visual enhancements to the elevation, and as such, staff has included conditions number 5 and number 6 in the staff report that the ARB pay particular attention to these elevations. The modifications, the applicant requests 3 modifications to development standards relating to the first story street wall height, loading parking spaces, and ramp dimensions. A major modification is requested that would allow the first story street wall height, which would range between 13 feet 6 inches to 15 feet as measured from the sidewalk. Due to the gradual slope of the sidewalk, the first story street wall height would range, see here? 15 feet, but no less than 13 feet 6 inches, and would be indiscernible as viewed from the sidewalk area. The staff is supportive of this major modification. A minor modification is requested that would allow the reduction in ramp distances requirements of 25 feet for the nearest compact parking space. Based on the proposed ramp configurations of the building, and the parking locations, we do believe that the compact parking spaces would not impede kind of the overall circulation of the ramp area, and therefore we do support this request. Yeah, thank you. Finally, a minor modification is proposed that would allow a reduction in the standard parking space from 30 feet to 12 feet to 18 feet by 10 feet, and both with the height clearance remaining compliant at 14 feet. Staff has reviewed the loading space configuration, and we do believe that there is adequate loading area within the proposed space and wouldn't impede the overall circulation of the driveway ramp as it comes through this way. Compatibility, the building is essentially divided with vertical openings that reduces the overall building width and upper level building mass at the street and at the alley. The building includes both front, north side, and rear setbacks that provides building relief at the property lines. The project includes less floor area than is allowed, about approximately 26,000 square feet under the floor area for the site. And it's anticipated that this block of Lincoln will be developed with other similar sized mixed-use projects, and therefore the subject building would be compatible with future development in the area. As mentioned, with council approval of the zoning map amendment, the project's development is consistent with the underlying mixed-use boulevard development standards as outlined in the staff report. And the project is consistent with the LUCE that encourages affordable housing in proximity to light rail, as well as the major employment areas. Staff does propose some changes to the STOA and has provided a supplemental staff report which outline these changes. First, adding 3 mitigation measures applicable to the project pursuant to the EIR. Unfortunately, that were left outside of the draft, so those didn't make it in. So we are adding those back into the report. And second, removing 2 mitigation measures that are not applicable to the project. These are specifically relating to the pre-fire plan requirement, which is intended for taller high-rise buildings exceeding 55 feet. Since the project is less than the high-rise threshold, removing this measure would be appropriate. The PS2 requirement is related to requiring a security plan that was mainly intended for the 500 Broadway project given its overall size and its commercial components, which this project does not include. Additionally, staff has revised certain language in the finding sections for the first story street wall height modification to clarify that the building height would be no less than 1 foot 6 inches below the required 15 feet. Also, staff recommends to remove conditions number 1 through 3, which are conditions that are related to the findings from the health risk assessment, which is prepared for the project. The revised condition that staff is recommending would allow staff to further assess the appropriate conditions related to the findings in the HRA. And the current conditions, as they are very specific and may be subject to change. And staff recommends adding language to condition number 17, which is the deed restriction requirement for the affordable units, in that if the developer of the 500 Broadway project elects to provide affordable housing units on site pursuant to the DA, then the 1626 Lincoln project would then be governed by AHPP. Staff recommends the Commission approve the proposed ERP, including the proposed minor and major modifications based on the findings provided in the staff report. That concludes the staff report. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any immediate questions? Commissioner Frisco.
These are really tiny little questions, but when the height of the first floor gets lower, is that because the floor plate sinks below the level of the sidewalk?
I think it's more of the sidewalk that is kind of at a slight slope.
So the sidewalk rises, so
Right.
they are not at the same level. I'm just trying to do the math and figure out where that 1.5 feet goes.
Correct, yeah, and
Okay.
just to maintain a flat first floor.
Okay. I might need a new eyeglass prescription, but I didn't see any bicycles on the sidewalk, in the public right-of-way, any bike parking on the plan. Where, did I miss it, or is it not marked? Where is it?
No, so there's short-term bike parking that's spread kind of throughout the ground floor. There are a few that are currently on the plans that are kind of indicated within the public right-of-way. We do have a condition of approval that, in working with our Public Works Department, that we'll find what is the appropriate mix of kind of the bicycle parking that should be in the public right-of-way, and then of course kind of analyzing which areas are open in terms of our review of the kind of the front sidewalk area. So it isn't going to be according to a plan, but we would see how many would be appropriate based on the existing conditions.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Steve.
Oh, wait, I have one more question.
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Fresco?
Uh,
This is your last question for the night. No.
I thought Richard wasn't here. Regarding the south elevation, I know on our list of projects in the pipeline that there's a building project that could come up at any time that's going to be right there. So I'm just wondering how important it is to put a lot of love into that facade and why it's important.
And we do have an application that is for that property. I think it's still kind of early in the conceptual design phase to really know if there's going to be a zero property line for that property, but there is a chance that we could have abutting walls into that area. But in the meantime, we're kind of at the same time designing for the current, so I think we do have to be somewhat responsive to properties that have a zero property line to some extent.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Great. Give a presentation by the applicant. Kyle, do we have any chips? None on this one. Okay. 15 minutes for the applicant.
Yeah, just give me a tick to get this. The USB is all the same. It's
Should I start while you...
That would be great.
Good evening, Commissioners. Sarah Letts with Community Corporation of Santa Monica.
Pay no attention to what's
Ignore
going
them?
on next to you.
Okay. Tonight, the development team is really excited to present our concept for 1626 Lincoln. I think this property represents two firsts. It'll be the first newly constructed 100% affordable housing in Santa Monica to be initiated after the dissolution of the... And the other first, I believe, is this will be the first time we're using the land acquisition option that's articulated in the AHPP guidelines. And as you know, the developers of 500 Broadway will acquire this site and donate it to Community Corp in the very near future. You heard from Steve about the 64 new units and the breakdown of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, so it's a majority of family-sized units. We'll be charging tax credit rents and targeting the income levels at 30, 40, and 50 and 60% of AMI, so we think we have a pretty good affordability mix. In terms of the context of the site, I just want to add one comment that there will be market rate developments with inclusionary housing to be developed at the Norms and the Denny's sites. And with the creation of 1626 Lincoln, people of modest means will have the ability to choose whether to apply for inclusionary units or affordable housing that is owned and managed by a community-based nonprofit that offers on-site services. So these 3 new housing developments have the potential to accelerate the transformation of Lincoln into a pedestrian-friendly boulevard. I think you all know there's supposed to be an image of the current site conditions, and so you know it's not the most inviting street at the current time. And so if Hank's presentation comes up on the screen, he's going to show how we hope to help transform Lincoln Boulevard by eliminating the existing curb cut, widening the sidewalks, creating a welcoming courtyard that'll provide a visual relief for passersby. And finally, we expect about 200 people will live at 1626 Lincoln. And as they use the community rooms and walk to and from school and the market and the Expo Light Rail Station, we're hoping that our residents also contribute to the enlivening of the boulevard. So that's my presentation, and it looks like that was good timing.
Beautiful.
There you
go. That's not my presentation.
Oh,
Okay, I'm afraid I don't have any visuals for you tonight. The site's a very interesting one. It has an interesting history. This was originally an arroyo. And then along came the train, and they ran the train track down here, and it actually went under a bridge on 7th Street. And then when the train track was removed, it became a storm drain, because it used to be that the water ran beside the tracks. So there's a large 8-foot diameter storm drain that exists on the site. And that led to the idea of, well, let's create 2 buildings that straddle this, have the courtyard, create the play space. As Sarah mentioned, this is 50% 2s and 3s. That means we're going to have a lot of kids. So we're using that as outside play space. You can see that in the photo or the image here, where we have the play space, and some of it extends under the building to add more play space. So that would be more sedentary play. In terms of the modification requests, their turnover rate is like 2%. So that's 3 units a year that are going to be having people coming and moving in and out. So we didn't want to give up a lot of space for that infrequent loading as opposed to everyday play for kids. So the idea here is we have large gates that open up and the truck can back in. And the other thing about affordable housing, they tend to move in smaller vans. Often they call up friends with their pickup truck. So we've accommodated the routine weekly maintenance people, gardeners, plumbers who fix things up, who usually arrive in a pickup truck. So that's the idea of that. In regard to the bicycles, there is no street parking along Lincoln. And when there's no street parking, the sidewalk's not very pleasant to walk along. So we thought, well, hey, let's put our bike parking on the street. So we actually have some separation between the pedestrians and the cars rushing by to get on the freeway. So when we talk about pedestrian friendly, we talk about stores and all that, but adding the bikes there, to me, is a big improvement in pedestrian friendliness. Currently, because of this presence of the storm drain and a catch basin at the front, the street trees in here are set back about 4 feet from the curb. And then from the back of the tree well to the back of the sidewalk is about 6 inches. So it forces you to walk right there next to the curb. Did I tell you about the cars rushing onto the freeway? So what we're proposing is that we would have 6 feet clear on the back side of the tree. So you could then come along and walk around comfortably, protected by the trees and the bike racks. So that's the idea. Now we have community rooms down there for pedestrian friendliness. I invite you to look at Community Corporation. I hate to dob them in. On 26th and Santa Monica Boulevard, they have a community room on the ground floor. It's got about a foot of landscaping and the blinds are always shut. In contrast to that, you can go across, where am I? Over here to their project on Pico. It's got about 6 feet of landscaping in front of their community room and the blinds are always open. So what we're proposing is, hey, let's have that filter of landscape so people feel comfortable in there, children are in there. Last thing in the world, we want people coming up and peering in the glass with the kids, or worse. So we're proposing a landscape in here, and it's got stuff that's slender but tall enough to keep people away. So that's the idea of how we're adapting the program to the street friendliness and the activity, pedestrian friendly activity. Laundry room is located down here, so folks can be down there. We've got a picnic table out here. We've got some shade structure. So we have that, and we've incorporated most of the elements in that list of what constitutes a pedestrian-friendly ground floor. We have awnings, we have some landscaping, we have an entrance door that we've added in the front here. The idea of the space in the middle is that this is a big sliding door, and this could be an activity space between the community rooms. So we're doing that. So we're excited by that. Another thing we're doing in terms of we're doing LEED Silver. 90% of the available roof area will be PV panels or solar hot water on the project. And in regard to the issue of the modification for the compact stalls, I think maybe the code's a little bit not quite clear of the intent. My understanding of the intent is when you come down a ramp, they don't want a compact stall there, because if somebody parks a full-size car, sometimes people do that, it'll extend out into the drive aisle, and so it might obstruct the drive aisle a little bit where you come down on the ramp. We have some conditions where our parking is within 3 feet of a ramp behind a wall. So it's sort of like not the same condition. The ramp is actually almost, if you like, in a different room. Might be something to clarify future so that you don't have to have people getting modifications for things. Really, they agree with us. They said this is perfectly fine. What was the last modification? Oh, the street wall. Again, you're correct. It's to the slope of the sidewalk in here. So that's what those are for. So we're very excited by the project in here, and I'm just stalling. And I'll leave it at that, and if you have any questions, I can address them. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yeah, there's been some concern, and we discussed it with your staff regarding the air condition being so close to the freeway. Would you like to address that?
Sure. There is a condition. There is a condition concerning it's a health risk assessment that if the project's within 500 feet of the freeway, then we have to do certain things, and we've got a condition here to address that. But I'd like to say that the closest point of the project to, and it's in my slideshow. Oh, is that it? No. The closest point of the freeway is over here, and it's 485 feet. The closest windows that we have in the building would be upstairs here, and that's 528 feet. Okay, so we've designed the project to keep the windows away from the freeway, and by having the gap in here, we have the prevailing breezes coming from the ocean. This area is a transformer, and then the driveway. They're not particularly sensitive uses. So I'm not saying we have to, it's almost like, well, we could put a property line here and have our windows there. So we're addressing the issue from a practical point of view. What we don't want to do is to load up the air conditioning with unnecessarily extreme filtration that's just going to mean they're going to have to spend more money running the system for the fans, etc., if it's unnecessary. So we want to do this so that it's very efficient. We want the project to be efficient, do a LEED Silver, but also to keep the utilities cost down for our tenants. So,
Are any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Kennedy.
I was wondering, is there anything that can be done to provide more than 6 feet west of the tree wells to widen the sidewalk, or is 6 feet definitely, like, is it?
Well, as I said, the trees park, so you still have the 4 feet on the other side.
Right.
So,
right.
Right. So you do have the 6 and the 4. So you've got a 10-foot clear
the 6 and the 4. Okay.
walkway.
It just has that.
We just feel it's going to be more comfortable to be away from the curb.
Sure.
Okay. Now, so we can certainly put the bike parking points not where the tree is, obviously.
That would be really important,
right,
to make sure that the pinch points don't get any pinchier.
Right. Exactly. So that way we would have the 2 street trees and a couple of bike racks to provide that little bit of separation from those.
Okay. And those are actually existing trees that you're saving. It's not.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
And
Yep.
if I may just address your concern about the south elevation, and we certainly don't want to spend a lot of money. What we ended up doing was, I don't have the, okay, but we put some little slits in there to let light in. Our thinking is that the building next door is probably going to be set back 10 feet because they want windows, so that we'll still have the light coming into the corridors and the air. And the other thing we're doing, and it was a suggestion from Steve Traeger, who's enjoying the rain, is we're going to plant some vines on the building, because our thinking is they're going to be set back 10 feet. I don't know what they'll do with the ground floor, but it's a cheap way to add a little bit of, so something like a Boston ivy on there would look beautiful. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing as we have no chits, I would close the public hearing and honk my nose into the microphone.
The reason I didn't want to put this on the consent calendar was because of the staff condition about the pedestrian orientation of the street facade. I actually support the configuration the way it is. I feel because it's not a space that's going to be a commercial space, to add a commercial system to it just seems kind of useless and isn't going to add to the pedestrian orientation. I think on that stretch where there will be other buildings that will have shops and restaurants and, you know, the dreaded umbrella tables that I'm beginning to get really tired of seeing in front of every building that we build, I think this is going to be a good break. So I would, you know, I don't feel that condition is necessary.
Commissioner Fresco, would you like to make a motion?
I move to approve 1626 Lincoln Boulevard without the condition of adding a more commercial style of pedestrian orientation to the front rooms.
And does your motion include the STOA?
It includes the STOA.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments?
Yeah, I wanted to ask which condition are you seeking to modify? What number?
I'll tell you in a second. It's
Chair, I
an
just-
ARB direction.
Sorry, I just wanted to note that there's actually two separate actions. So
Okay.
the first motion should be for the project, and then the second is usually the statement of official action.
Okay.
Okay,
Stand
so
corrected.
I say that without the STOA.
Thank you.
And it's an ARB direction, and I didn't write down the number like I usually do, because I knew you were going to ask.
Jane, can you help with that, or Steve?
It's
Is this
4.
condition number 2?
No, 4,
Number 4 is
should
with
be
respect to
condition.
the south building elevation.
48. There's so many 4s in this one. The numbering starts over in every section.
We wanted to note that there's a supplemental staff report on the dais with a revised STOA, so we just want to make sure that we're talking about the right set of conditions. So in the revised one, because of the deletion of conditions 1 to 3, what was condition number 4 and there is now condition number 2.
Condition number
But
2 in this.
I think I know the one you're speaking of. It's the Architectural Review Board in its review shall pay particular attention to the project's ground floor design, specifically the overall pedestrian orientation, the appropriate amount of landscaping within the expanded sidewalk area, and other features that would improve the ground floor's relationship with the sidewalk.
Right. So that's the one, I mean, that one doesn't say, it was in the staff report that they specifically said to consider adding commercial store window systems.
Can you just reiterate how you want to remove it or modify it? Can you just reiterate what you want
I
to
don't
do?
think we need them to, I think the pedestrian orientation is fine the way it is, so I don't think that we need to have them start reviewing it and feeling that they have to fix something that's not broken.
Okay, I have a question of staff as a result.
Okay. Commissioner Perry.
I'm sorry, I need clarification. Are you now suggesting leaving condition number 2 on page 17 in the revised?
Correct.
So just leaving it as is?
No, I
change.
would like to delete it because I don't think it's a problem. So they don't have to pay particular attention to that and see how they can fix it. It says to pay particular attention to the overall pedestrian orientation. Because the staff report explained that they should add commercial window systems and reduce the landscaping and get the people closer to the windows. I think the landscaping would be a welcome relief. I don't know, maybe it can be a sustainable demonstration garden with interpretive signs for pedestrians or, I don't know, but I just don't think we need to do much to it.
Okay, I'm supportive of the language that's in here, so I would oppose taking it out.
Okay.
Other thoughts, Commissioner Kennedy?
Well, my question, so the way I interpreted this is that it all works together to kind of keep at least the sidewalk width that is proposed for the project already, and which I like. And so I would be worried, I'm not saying necessarily that it would happen, but once it's in here, I'd be worried that the sidewalk width in those pinch areas could be reduced and make things worse. So I personally would actually support reducing some of the landscaping to create a wider pedestrian experience, but I feel like leaving this in at least leaves it up to the Architectural Review Board to look at those things with and for me, because the word expanded sidewalk area is in there, means that that is kind of a protected feature of this project.
Are there any other comments, thoughts, feedback?
Well, I'm inclined to agree with the initial motion because ARB can always do that. In other words, we're not saying don't do it. If they're uncomfortable with that landscape and stuff, they can always manipulate it. I'm inclined to agree. It's not broken. I think they've done a nice job in detailing the front, and let nature take its course. We don't have to point big spotlight on it and say do this. Right? So.
Commissioners, can you get comfortable with the motion as proposed?
So far.
Are there any other changes to the motion?
Chair, I just wanted to note, we realized in finding number 7 in your revised STOA that with the deletion of conditions 1 and 3, we had inadvertently, we're still referencing the old conditions. So I just wanted to note that we'd be deleting in finding number 7 the references to the old condition 1, 2, and 3. And we would reference the revised condition number 1.
And I'm sorry, Jean, that's in the STOA.
That's in the STOA, right? That's the finding number 7 of the development review findings.
So page 5.
Page 5, that's right.
So I guess I would call for a vote, please.
And before we do that, I just want to commend everyone that played a role in bringing this forward. Obviously, this is a different type of project in that it is the outgrowth of a development agreement. It is off-site affordable housing. I think it's a wonderful project, and I hope that we can find a way to make more of this kind of thing happen in our community.
Thank you. Commissioner
can I ask a question of Commissioner Fresco? By removing that one condition, can I ask you at least, is it your intent to make sure that the sidewalk width doesn't get reduced?
Yeah, I just don't want to call attention to fixing something that I don't think is broken.
Okay.
Like Commissioner Fonda Bernardi said, they can still say whatever they want if they think there's something wrong, but I'm not telling them that I think something's wrong by including it in that condition.
Okay, because with the tree wells already in the sidewalk and potential for bike in the in the public right of way, I just want to make sure that we aren't seeking to favor one thing over the other. But
No.
It sounds like it's not. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, do you have a comment?
Well, I too would like to compliment the design team and everyone who worked on this. This is a very difficult site with the big drain down the middle. I think they've resolved it quite well and the changes they've made along the way. But they do point out actually 2 problems in our code, and I think we should take this under advisement. One is, how do we get stuck with a 15-foot thing that can't respond to changes in elevation or changes to design? I think that's something we could let go of quite nicely and not be hurt by it. And likewise, this idea that you can't be within 25 feet with a compact space of a ramp seems to be one of those things that, again, ties people's hands in their layout of parking, which is very hard to do, particularly in a project like this that has the big drain running down the middle of it. So I think we could revisit that in our review of the code, particularly for the downtown, and introduce some flexibility there. Last thing I would like to suggest, and it's not in this project, but you could see how a project like this could benefit from it. You know, we have these big ramps going down to 2 floors down, and they've really done a lot of gymnastics to get these ramps down there. And I'm wondering if we could subtract one ramp, have just one ramp going up and down for the lower 30-odd cars, and replace it with a traffic signal at the top and at the bottom. And what that would allow them to do, obviously, is shrink this very expensive parking structure, or allow them to get more trees along the side. And trees are very nice, particularly in this possibly polluted environment. And lastly is, you know, these are tax dollars at work here. This is our money, and things that we can do to economize would be very valuable for the overall system. So I'm wondering if we could revisit the exchange of information, meaning in this case traffic signals, for actual ramp, concrete, and excavation. So those would be 3 things that I'd like to add to our menu of discussion items in the future.
Thank you. Staff, take note, please. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Anderson.
Yes. May I have a motion on the STOA, please?
So move.
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson.
Yes. So both motions passes, and there is a 14-day appeal period. Congratulations. Okay. Let's move on to item 7A, Fraser Avenue, variance 15 ENT 0304, a modification to conditions number 7 and 8 of variance 3014 to allow for a 151 square foot addition, 175 square feet total, to an existing 24 square foot 3rd floor balcony. Is there any ex parte communication to disclose?
Yes, I met with the applicant for about an hour, and I met with the neighbor to the west for about an hour, about a month and a half ago.
And could you express the substance of your conversations?
Yeah, I went and visited the site. They explained to me the constraints and the considerations, and I got some of the history of the project because it has a long history.
I visited the applicant and the house and toured the property and heard the story as well earlier this week.
Commissioner Kennedy.
On May 9th, I received a call from Mary Marlowe, who talked to me about 3rd floor decks and previous variances that have been applied for and received in the neighborhood. On May 10th at 4:55 p.m., I received a call from Ralph Metcher, who talked to me about the process for applying for a variance and specifically about 3rd floor balconies in the immediate area. And we talked a little bit about the new code and variances. And on, what day was it? Tuesday of this week at 10 a.m., I went to the applicant's house. I was there for under an hour and went to the balcony and discussed the project from the balcony. Again, there for a total of under an hour, 50 minutes.
See, on March 10th, I spoke to the neighbor just to the west, Joel Brand, for approximately 20 minutes about the prior variance approval and concerns about sight lines into his property, potential noise impacts from the proposed balcony area. I met with the applicant at the site at 12:30 this yesterday. For approximately 1 hour, we discussed the existing variance and the current proposal. Then I spoke again with Joel Brand today for about 25 minutes regarding the potential adverse impacts of the proposal in the neighborhood context.
And I would also like to
Commissioner Kennedy.
thanks. I'd also like to say that I did receive a series of emails about this project, the majority of them came through the secretary, and I'll double check, and those that didn't, I'll forward to the secretary right now.
Commissioner Fresco.
I forgot to mention that I also received a phone call from Joel Brand, who basically reiterated the points in the letter that he sent us.
Thank you, and because you're reminding me, I didn't think I had any disclosures, but I spoke on the phone yesterday with proposed variants, just explaining, listening to their point of view.
Yes. I just wanted to add before the hearing got started that a concern was raised with our office about a potential conflict of interest since Ralph Metcher would be representing opponents of the project, and Mr. Metcher is a former planning commissioner and also ARB member. The fact that someone has been previously a member of the Planning Commission or ARB would not create a conflict of interest with members of this body generally. The main state law, conflict of interest law, the Fair Political Practice Act, as you know, concerns financial conflicts, and this doesn't address that. There is a common law conflict of interest principle which requires public officials to avoid placing themselves in a position where their personal interests may come into conflict with their official duty. We don't usually advise commissioners about the common law conflict of interest other than to make the commissioners aware of that standard and let the commissioners decide whether they felt they could fairly discharge their duties in light of any personal relationship they may or may not have with individuals appearing before them. So I wanted to alert you to that and let you know that we had provided advice as I've just stated.
Any concerns? No. Michael?
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Commissioners. I'm Michael Roque, Associate Planner of the City Planning Division, and the project before you tonight is a request for a variance modification to a previously approved variance to allow for a 175 square foot third floor balcony expansion for the site located at 144 Fraser Avenue. The site is located within the R2 Beach Overlay District along the south side of the 100 block of Fraser Avenue. The site is currently developed as a single family with an approximate lot size of 2,800 square feet. The applicant is requesting a modification to the conditions of approval for a previously approved variance 03-014, which restricted the size and placement of any third floor balcony to a maximum of 24 square feet and to be centered on the roof ridge line. The applicant's balcony expansion will allow for a 175 square foot expansion along the rear elevation, extending beyond the location restrictions of the previous conditions of approval and a design that is consistent with the current development standards. The site plan shows that the applicant is requesting an 8 by 21 foot size balcony that is set back approximately 17 feet from the rear property line within the required 15-foot rear yard setback, which is shown here on the red line, and no more than 4 feet from both the north and south side property lines. On October 14th, 2003, the zoning administrator approved a variance request for a technical third-story addition with a 25-foot rear yard setback in excess of the required 15-foot rear yard setback. The approval included a condition that no balcony shall be permitted on the third floor. On February 8th of 2004, the Planning Commission upheld the ZA's decision and included decision to allow the actual third-story addition, but deleted and replaced the ZA's condition to allow a balcony of 24 square feet to project beyond the third-floor addition. The following photo is like of the existing balcony that was approved and constructed. The Planning Commission determined that the existing design addressed privacy concerns, and by pulling the balcony location farther back from the the property lines, it reduced views into adjacent parcels. Staff feels there are special circumstances and unnecessary hardships that are depriving the owner of the reasonable use of their property when compared to other similar properties in the neighborhood. First, the subject parcel is a substandard lot in terms of lot width, depth, and size. The site is approximately 30 by 94 feet, where a standard lot in the neighborhood is 50 by 100. Next, the property's existing conditions with respect to parcel slope result in the building's practical first floor to be considered a second floor, and likewise, the second floor is to be considered a third floor. And lastly, the actual conditions of approval imposed on the actual project are unnecessarily more restrictive than the requirements of the zoning ordinance. As shown in the figure above, the proposed balcony at 144 Fraser on the technical third floor, shown here, is less impactful than a code compliant roof deck over a hypothetical two-story project. If not for the slope of the parcel, this would be a two-story single family with a balcony at the back of the property that is fully compliant with the development standards of the zoning ordinance. The height of the actual proposed balcony and views into neighboring properties are considerably less than what a roof deck could provide, as shown here. Also, due to the highly desirable location of properties within this neighborhood, there are many existing structures with roof decks and with elevated balconies along the rear yard, as shown in the section of streetscape here, along a portion of Fraser and of Ocean Park here. There are a number of other properties in the neighborhood with authorized third-story additions that were afforded the opportunity of roof decks and balconies that are larger in size and consistent with what the applicant is actually proposing. As seen in the table here, the city has granted 7 third-story variances, including the subject site within an approximate 300-foot radius. All of these properties have similar site conditions as the subject property in terms of lot size, configuration, and grade. The subject block of Fraser has 30 lots on it, right here in the middle portion here. And approximately 14 of those lots, or 46%, have permitted decks or balconies that are in the rear yard and located at the upper floor. The 100 block of Ocean Park down here has 15 lots, and approximately 8 of those, or 53%, have permitted decks or balconies that are also at the upper floors. And the 100 block of Hart, shown up here at the top, has 18 lots, and approximately 10 of those, or 55%, have permitted decks or balconies on the upper floors. The third floor balcony expansion is consistent with the prevailing characteristics of the neighborhood, in that approximately 32 of the 63 lots in total, or 51%, have decks or balconies at the upper floor. Since this hearing is a de novo review, here are some of the key findings that need to be met if the Planning Commission wishes to approve the project. Special circumstances that exist are substandard parcel size, lot slope, and conditions imposed by the previous variance. The request will not be detrimental in that 51% of the lots have upper level balconies, and that the size and location of the proposed balcony complies with code. Strict application of the zoning ordinance presents hardships and practical difficulties, again, in that the previous condition prohibits an expansion of the balcony beyond 24 square feet. The actual proposal is consistent with the use and the purposes of the zoning ordinance. and that the proposed design of the balcony will not impair the integrity of the district, as the proposed balcony is much smaller than what is permitted by right, and the street character will remain unchanged. Public notices were mailed out to property owners within a 750-foot radius. Staff received 20 comments that were in support and 6 comments that were in opposition. The main points of emphasis in the opposition were privacy and noise concerns with the actual balcony expansion. That the previous condition should be upheld because the applicant agreed to that condition. The other one was establishing precedent in the neighborhood, and the last one was what's going to stop the applicant from requesting future modifications. The applicant did conduct outreach by going door to door throughout the neighborhood to discuss the proposed project as well. And this will conclude staff's presentation, and I'll be any questions. Thank you.
Are there any pressing questions for staff? We have 10 requests to speak by the public.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Just a quick question. We couldn't read it on the screen. What is the actual height of this deck in relation to the average natural grade in this case, or average theoretical grade if it's R2? Is it 16 feet?
Okay, from the actual plans that were given by the applicant, the finished floor line of the balcony from the finished grade is about 14.5 feet.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, which is really very basic. The original variance in 2003 was for a third-story addition.
Correct.
It was not specifically related to the balcony. It's that a condition related to the balcony was added to the variance approving the third-story addition.
Correct. The applicant had depicted on the plans at the time when they were going for the third-story addition a balcony that they wanted to build in it with that they were going to propose. And when it went to his zoning administrator, they put the special condition that said no balcony, which then subsequently the applicant appealed the planning commission, which then led to this 24-square-foot condition.
So the balcony that's being proposed tonight is consistent with the current zoning ordinance. It's not consistent with the condition imposed on that from that 2003 variance or
Correct.
2004 variance.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Michael.
No problem.
The applicant has, so we have 10 chits before us, requests for the public to speak, which means that each public speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the applicant will have 10 minutes, unless it's the commission's pleasure to make a motion otherwise. Okay, seeing no motion, the applicant has 10 minutes to make their presentation.
If you want to use this, you can use this.
You guys hear me?
Nope.
No. Is that better?
Other one.
Oh, this one. Is that all right?
Yep.
All right. Hi. My name is Justina Bashkauskas. I'm the owner of 144 Fraser Avenue. I've met many of you, save Commissioner Anderson, which I really tried hard. Maybe next time. I appreciate you taking the time, coming to my home, hearing, getting our letters, getting my replies to letters. I'm sure it was a lot to sift through. I'm here before you tonight because 12 years ago at 2:30 in the morning, I got something very, very unique for my home. Instead of a 15-foot rear yard setback, I was restricted to a 25-foot rear yard setback for the rear of my home. No other home in our district has it. Indeed, no one else in Santa Monica has it. And so I'm here before you tonight asking that you remove the restriction. If you remove the restriction, which the staff supports, I'll be able to build a balcony, not to the max of what I'm allowed or not to encroach into any rear yard or side yard setback, but simply to extend a railing on the footprint of my home so that I can see my children when they play, so I can enjoy
an outside space off my master bedroom. So that is my plan. I've brought Keith Fallon, who's my architect, up here with me because he can go into the nitty-gritty, and I'll be back up after public comments.
Hello. Hi. My name is Keith Fallon. I'm with BAM Construction and Design. We're the architects working with Justina on the job. I'd like to highlight, I guess, some of the things that Michael brought up in the report and then tonight, and also just take you through the project plans quickly. Okay. This graphically just shows the conditions of approval that we've been referencing, what the balcony was restricted to in 2004. It shows a 25-foot rear yard setback to the wall, a 3-foot projection into that for the balcony, an 8-foot maximum width centered on the ridge line, basically making it a 24-square-foot balcony. The blue diagram around it shows what is code compliant for this lot. There's an allowable 4-foot projection into the 15-foot rear yard setback, and you're allowed to go 4 foot to the side yard. So that blue box is 360 square feet. So you can kind of see the ratio there of the yellow box to the blue box and what we were limited to. Okay. I'd also like to reiterate that we're not asking for any special rights or any exceptions to the rule. We're just asking to restore the rights that others enjoy so that that blue box is what other people are allowed to do. The yellow box is what we are limited to do. Okay. The reasons for the request, as Justina just mentioned, the first and foremost is the child safety factor, to be able to see down to the backyard from the balcony, which we can't do currently. And 2, just to create a more functional balcony. 3 foot by 8 foot is large enough for 2 people to stand comfortably or 1 person in a chair. This shows 2 photographs here. Left side is existing, right side is proposed. Looking down from the existing balcony into the backyard on the existing side, you can't see anything. On the proposed, moving that guardrail out, you can clearly see down to the backyard. Same concept here. This is looking sort of southeast, and then this is southwest. Same concept. Okay. Briefly, the project plans. We are technically a 3-story house. The basement projects more than 3 feet above finished grade at the rear of the property, even though it visually looks like a 2-story house from the street. So this is the technical first story, which is basically the basement plan. The basement is occupied on the right side there. It's less than half the building footprint. There's no changes to the basement plan. This is the technical second story with the kitchen, dining, no changes to this plan either. This is the existing 3rd floor plan that, again, just shows the balcony there in the yellow box. And then there's a flat portion in front of it, which is water drainage to get out to the gutter line, and 2 small hipped roof portions on the sides that would be removed to allow for the balcony expansion. These are 2 photographs that show, looking to the west, looking to the east, currently what the situation is with the guardrail, the 2 hipped roofs that would be removed. So we would be removing some building massing from the project and adding some open rail. This is the 3rd floor plan. So this is the proposed. The red box is what we're looking to do. It's 8 feet by 21 foot 9, and the yellow box is what's currently there. It's an increase of 151 square feet. The total square footage would be 175. It's set back 17 feet from the rear property line, which is 2 feet further than the rear yard setback that everyone else has. And it matches, more importantly, it matches the roof line of the covered porch below. So it's not beyond any of the footprint of the building. Hang on. Okay. Structurally speaking, it was also built as a roof deck, so it can contain the load of a floor. It's not just a roof load, so that the conversion of this from a partial roof deck and a roof to a floor deck is a relatively easy thing to do. Okay, existing and proposed south elevations. Left side is existing. You can see the railing, 8-foot railing in the middle there, and then expanding it from side to side, keeping with the character of the building, the railing design and details. This is the existing west elevation over on the, where's that thing? So this is the little bit of balcony or railing projecting up from that portion of roof that would be removed. And this is the proposed, so you can see how minor the change is. It's that bit of railing there now. So again, from existing to proposed, this is the scope of work of the job. Okay, this is a section cut from north-south, looking down, trying to emphasize the point that you can't see down to the backyard. That line, it's red in the computer, it's sort of kind of an off black up here, but that's the line of sight when you're standing at the railing here looking down to the backyard, and just that your view is cut off from that roof. This would be the proposed, moving the balcony out to that edge, and now you clearly have a view down to the backyard. Okay, the next couple slides are just a series of diagrams that show, starts off with the maximum allowable by code and then shows our reductions for how we got the proposed design. Again, it's the blue box, 360 square feet. And an important note, I think, is that with the original variance in 2003, the balcony was shown purely as a measure of the scope of work or for transparency. It was not part of the request, yet became part of the restriction. And if it was never shown and it didn't need to be shown, then it wouldn't have come under purview or wouldn't have come under a discretionary point, and we could have just built it as a right. A balcony is considered a projection and not part of the building envelope or building volume, so it doesn't need any approval other than a building permit and an ARB review. It doesn't need a variance. This is the first reduction, which basically just takes the projection away and aligns itself with the rear yard setback. This is a square footage of 272. So the first two reductions were done through neighborhood input, and then we further reduced it to match the roof line here at 17 feet, and that gives you a square footage of 225. And then lastly is our current design through city planning input. We removed the L-shaped portion, the wraparound portion, and I'd just like to point out that this just provides sort of the minimum of what we need and doesn't go to the effect of maxing out what we could have or what the next person could have. In fact, we're less than half of what code would allow. These are just the diagrams stacked on top of each other so that you can see, the ratio and the proportion. We did a couple studies of the side yard and of the rear yard to show relative heights and privacy concerns. On the left side is a code compliant situation with someone standing on a roof deck here at 20.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any immediate questions of the applicant? Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Yeah, when I met with the applicant a while back, there was some discussion of, there was some discussion about air conditioning units on that L part. Are those still in play, or where are they? Are they gone? What's the story with those?
They're gone from this drawing and from this meeting, I guess.
Are there other questions of the applicant? Thank you. We'll move to public comment. Again, all the speakers have 2 minutes this evening. I'll call 3 names if you can line up over here on the side. First will be Whitney Weller, John Lee, and then one of Justina's parents whose name I can't pronounce. Whitney, go ahead. Please.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Whitney Weller. I live at 2222 Nielsen Way in Santa Monica. And I have a background in architecture and planning and have spent the past 15 years developing affordable housing. I landed with my family on Fraser 3 years ago, and we had the pleasure of spending 2 summers on Fraser and really getting to know the neighbors, the community, and understanding sort of the connections that the community has. Justina, I would say, took us sort of under her wing and showed us the ropes of Santa Monica and Los Angeles, everything from where to send my daughter to the dentist to where to find the best salad pizzas. And, you know, we really got to understand the community and the neighbors and Justina's deep roots in that community and on that street, and not only from a neighborhood perspective, but also her own home, which she has lovingly restored. This is kind of a special house. It's what I consider sort of a classic California craftsman bungalow. And the intention of these bungalows and this style is to really bring the exterior in and the interior out, and to really create a living environment that takes advantage of the climate and the beautiful sunny days in Southern California. And sort of the focus and philosophy of the craftsman style is porches, verandas, terraces. And I think this addition and this expansion really ties into that philosophy and the integrity of the craftsman style home. So I would urge the commission to, really consider the architectural character of this house, the rights of the homeowner to enjoy their home and to have the opportunity to sit outside in the evening and watch the sunset, enjoy the ocean, to read a bedtime story, and really utilize their home in the way that it was meant to be.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Lee, and then, thank you. And then Christina Stroh.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Lee. I live at 150 Fraser, which is 2 doors to the east of Justina. Excuse me. And I'd just like to say I think that every parent has a right to keep their kids safe. And from the beginning, this was really Justina's purpose in wanting to expand this deck. I don't see I don't see her as going to have a big party or there's going to be more noise. I think this is really just being able to watch your kids and maybe, as she said earlier, enjoy the view. And I urge you to approve her project. I think she's, unlike a lot of people, doing less versus more. She's not trying to grab more than she needs. She's just trying to grab an adequate amount. And finally, I'd just like to say, I know there's going to be some dissent versus this project, but I think it's a bit hypocritical for someone to dissent when they're subject to a code violation and have illegally constructed their own deck. So I don't really understand that, but I think it's a bit hypocritical for someone to come up and object to that. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Lucia Baskauskas. I am the mother of the applicant. I and my husband, Stephen, and I have lived on Fraser Avenue since 1974. We raised 3 children there. We've seen lots of changes. In fact, we're implemental in many of them, keeping our neighborhood as it is and keeping the historical essence of that neighborhood. I can't imagine that you would think that this small deck serves the need of a family with 2 children when the mother or anybody else cannot assure the safety of the children, and that was decided by a city organ, that the mother or anyone else in the house cannot look down into the backyard to see a child. This was not an intended consequence. I certainly don't think that there was malice in the decision that was made by the Planning Commission. I do, however, think that as in life we live through unintended consequences, we now have a safety issue for children where there is no view of them or in the back at all in their own small backyard. And that restriction was made by a city in response to concerns of privacy and noise from 2 adjacent neighbors that created 12 years ago an incredible volume of dissent in the neighborhood and fury in the neighborhood. And I would hope that you would look at the situation as is de novo with a staff report that is absolutely excellent of plowing through a mass of material and say, this is not fair what exists, it is not safe. You know the consequences of your actions and how they impact each and single individual that comes before you. This is not a huge project. It is a small deck in a historic neighborhood that the applicant has restored and spent a lot of time on. 1 year of her life to get a deck, not for a chair or a party there, but to ensure that her 2 children are safe when they are on her property. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christina Stroh, to be followed by Michael Orwitz and Edward Reisman.
Hello. My name's Christina Stroh, and I'm a native of Santa Monica, born and raised. I attended the Santa Monica School District, Franklin, Lincoln, and Samo High. And I'm a current resident. I'm a local small business owner off of Main Street in Bay. And I'm a full-time working mother of 3 children. And for that, I've met Justina, and I'm part of the community on many aspects of Santa Monica. Holidays at her house and 4th of July block parties. And I've experienced and witnessed the distress of not being able to check on your kids while they're playing in the backyard when you're upstairs or around the house. So as a mother, I empathize deeply with Justina, being able to see her 2 children, especially her being a single parent with two children. And I would just like to add on the side that, you know, I'm a daughter of a local developer who was a pioneer in the vision of Abbot Kinney and helped to rename it. And I learned how important it is, the community, the support needed, and the value of creating a positive environment. And Justina carries that quality. She's an excellent example of a kind person, someone who shows compassion towards others and supports her local community. And I'm appalled by and disappointed at any bullying that Justina may have received from neighbors who may selfishly deny her this option to create a safer environment for her family. And I ask for you to take a moment and put yourself in Justina's shoes and approve her this balcony. And I just ask that, you know, with any decision that you make about Justina, may it rest on your heart and on your soul, that it will have a direct effect on her family and her children.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Orwitz, followed by Edward Reisman and Tamima Audrey something.
Good evening. I'm Michael Orwitz, and I live at 143 Ocean Park Boulevard, and I am probably one of 3 or 4 neighbors who are probably the most impacted by this balcony expansion. 12 years ago, there was a hearing before 5 planning commissioners such as yourself who made the right decision, taking into account a number of factors, many of which you've heard tonight: child safety, other people's decks, third floors, maximum allowable building setbacks. But what seems to be overlooked is that the topography of this land is steep, and her property does rise significantly higher than the rest. And they stopped the sight lines at her fence line. What if you extend that sight lines to the other neighbors to the west and to the south towards us? It has a significant visual impact in our privacy, in our bedrooms, our children's bedrooms, and it is a nuisance for somebody to be able to peer down into your property. And it's intrusive, and that's why the Planning Commission 12 years ago got it right. And I find it unusual that a new set of planning commissioners would find that the decisions by a zoning administrator and 5 planning commissioners back then was wrong. I also hear about child safety. I develop affordable housing in Los Angeles. I develop market rate housing. Child safety is going to your backyard and sitting with your children and watching them. You have separate rooms for your children. You don't sit in a room and watch them sleep or play. You're out and about. So if you're worried about it, be in your backyard. And if that sounds a little callous, it's the truth. So I believe that that the real issue is that the deck was a nuisance, and that's how it was perceived then, that's how it is now. And I think the privacy of the residents should be continued, because a lot of properties that are older don't have any setbacks. We're 3 feet from our side neighbors on both sides. We hear their toilets flush. So I think the commissioners got it right last time. Maintain the integrity of the privacy by maintaining this 22-foot setback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Commissioner Perry. Mr. Horowitz.
Sorry,
we have
Mr.
a
Horowitz,
question.
I have a question for you. Is your home the yellow structure with the white trim?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And am I right? There is landscaping that extends. There's basically a hedge of foliage between the two properties.
That's correct.
I mean, do you think you're saying that you think that that's not sufficient a buffer with an expanded deck here?
No, because as the deck protrudes further out, it will give the view over the hedges, and hedges grow, they get cut, they get trimmed. We recently had a rat infestation, so we trimmed it back. And then the gardener also trimmed off a beautiful fig tree that used to separate from our side neighbor by mistake.
So your concern is that it would create a sight line that would go over.
It absolutely
the hedge.
would.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Reisman.
Good evening. My name is Edward Reisman. We've lived at 159 Fraser for 20 years. We've seen at least half a dozen major construction projects on our street, plus our own. And I must say that in no case prior to this proposed renovation has the applicant gone to the trouble of addressing each person on the street to meet their concerns and to describe fully what was happening. No, this is the first time that I've seen that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your brevity. Tamima, Audrey, well, you can say it. Hold on one second. To be followed by Maude Orwitz and Ralph Metcher. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. I own the property at 149-151 Ocean Park Boulevard. It's diagonal to the property in question, to Fraser. And I have a full view of the existing deck, and any changes that go on there I would see completely. Justina is seeking to modify a variance that was already given to a large 3-story home. And the proposed deck would be physically close to me. Approval would create a new precedent in the neighborhood. In 2008, I came forward with the proposal for variance, and here are some concerned quotes from the neighbors at that time. Justina said then, "All the lots are so close together that really there does need to be neighborhood impact and input of something that will affect us. But with the variance approval, there would not be parity in the neighborhood. The situation would be one of privilege, as this one would be." Justina's mother said, "We strongly approve to the granting of a variance for the following reason: fire hazard, noise, and privacy." So I say we don't pick our times. We need to be consistent with our values. Justina's mother also said, "We don't have an alley. We don't have separation. We have wooden fences." Mary Marlowe pointed out at that time, "Justice is blind, as is the code, and it says you can't rebuild. You're supposed to get rid of non-conforming as soon as possible." And that would mean not bringing more into the picture. We really want to be treated by the same standards as our neighbors and everyone else. And we don't want any special treatment, and we don't want the codes to get in any special treatment. We are certain that this commission will be able to enforce the laws simply and directly. And that was Mark Creher at that time. Please honor these words and enforce the laws as they've been set out simply and directly, today, here and now.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for hearing it. Good night.
Maude Orwitz.
Good evening. This is homemade. I took some of my kids' craft and tried to do my best. My name is Maude Orwitz. I live on 143 Ocean Park. We're direct neighbors with Justina. I read the special condition 7, which at the time stated that additional balcony area may be accommodated at the third floor level by exchanging area with the planned third floor habitable addition. 12 years ago, Justina made a choice. Making a choice is not what qualifies hardship. I am also a mother of 3, and I do agree. If my kids play in the backyard, I'll be very nearby. I will not be on the third floor trying to look at them. I'll be there, especially when you have young kids. Justina then testified to the Planning Commission that a smaller balcony would be sufficient, quote, to enjoy the full use of my home and for my neighbors to retain their privacy. There is no technicality of floors here. 144 Fraser Avenue is a 3-story house where all floors are lived in and enjoyed. Justina, it is important to note, has nothing less than all of us. In blue, it shows a lot smaller than 144 Fraser. There are many on those 2 streets. In yellow, same size lot at 144 Fraser. The dots represent the smaller houses than 144 Fraser, and the pink stripes represent the people opposing modification. And 3 addresses could not fit on the board: 127, 129, and 10 Ocean Park. Our family too has a basement subterranean level considered a first floor. It's not a hardship for us. We have a small outdoor space that is our backyard, and that will be have less than privacy, as well as our 3 bedrooms and our master closet. We do not call that a hardship either. It is essential for us that what remains of our privacy will be protected. Decency and respect should be valued by all, especially when we live so close to one another. Most of the adjacent neighbor would be greatly impacted. We are lower on the ground. I ask you to please maintain what was agreed on a few years ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Excuse me. There's a follow-up question by Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi.
Sure. I have a hypothetical question, and you're a neighbor directly affected by this.
Yes.
Has there been a pattern of nuisance or disruption created by the existing balcony? Have there been problems between you and your neighbors?
We do have, usually, I'm going to answer your question with a question that you answered my husband about the trees. I'm not sure where it came from. Usually those trims from 140 and 144 Fraser are trimmed bi-yearly, so twice a year. For some reason, Justina hasn't cut her tree in a year and a half. It is what it is, but there is this lack of light and this fire hazard that she's been concerned for many years now. So she doesn't want normally to let the trees grow too high. So yes, when the trees are trimmed, there is definitely an impact on us because we do see this mass and we do see the balcony. Both of us have young children. We try not to let ours, on Sunday morning at 8 a.m. in the backyard because they're young kids and they will wake up the close neighbor. Not everybody has the same code of, stay at home until everybody is awake. So yes, we've been impacted, but because we live so close to one another. Now what we try to preserve is what should be preserved. It's like the backyard and the bedrooms. It's your little corner of peace that you expect in your home. And
So just following up, for instance, on those trees, are you saying, if I understood you correctly, you would like them pruned more often or less often? Just so.
No, I would like consistent yearly.
Yeah.
And it is much lower yearly, except this year, probably from some mysterious reason. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe she was proving a point. I don't know. But I like consistency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ralph, to be followed by Mary Marlowe.
Good evening. Ralph Metcher Architects, 3400 Airport Avenue. Just to be clear, I was a planning commissioner, but not since 1995, which is 21 years ago. Tonight I'm here as an architect representing Joel Brand and his wife, who are the owner and occupant of 140 Fraser, who is traveling, as you know, and can't be here tonight. His letter to you of May 9th raises key issues you should consider in the review of this application. One, there is no change to justify approving the project. This is in effect an appeal of conditions set forth in 2003, reviewing the same issue. At what point and based on what conditions can previous conditions be again submitted for review? If property owners can continue to ask for the same relief, wouldn't there need to be a change of conditions to overrule the conditions set by a previous planning commission? Here there are no substantive changes from the conditions in 2003. The property owners are the same, the zoning standards have not changed. Staff insists that the owners have the right to a 700% increase in deck size and that this discretionary hearing should only be perfunctory to approval. This is a discretionary hearing because it is a third story. There is no given right here. 2, there is no case for hardship. There wasn't one in 2003, nor is there any now. The applicant knowingly chose to expand their third floor bedroom in exchange for a limited deck. The applicant has decks and porches at every level of the house. The staff report states that the average lot is 50 feet wide in the neighborhood, possibly making the case that this lot is smaller and deserves a larger deck. In fact, 80% of the lots noted in the chart at the end of the staff report are smaller than this, most being 25 feet wide. And 3, the proposed balcony will be detrimental to the adjacent properties. The proposed balcony extending from side to side of the existing third floor would be just as intrusive as a proposed balcony was in 2003 that was rejected and then modified to 24 feet. What has changed that would cause the Commission to override the previous Commission's review of this situation?
Thank you. Mary Marlowe. Mary Marlowe has 3 minutes because a minute has been donated by Mark Crayer. Mark, are you? Thank you.
Good evening. I asked for the minute because I have a cold and I'm talking a little slowly. Of the neighborhood and what's really allowed and what's common there. As the staff report noted, there's a lot of people with decks in our neighborhood. This one was restricted to a really small one. I wasn't involved. I really am not sure why, but I think we're talking really about parity here. That why should someone be restricted when others have bigger decks? And there are 2 newer ones that just came in since Justina's was restricted, the one at 149 Ocean Park, which is next door to me. And by the way, the same people that are against this deck were very much in favor of hers, and they were in favor of it being within about a foot of the setback. So I guess I'm questioning their privacy concerns. Then the other one was on Ocean, they're both on Ocean Park Boulevard, was, I think it's 125 Ocean Park Boulevard. They actually put a third story on, sort of in the middle of a small cottage, and there's a big roof deck on that. Both of these are bigger than what is being asked for. I also want to talk about the idea of privacy. I think we all really want to have privacy in our neighborhood, but the truth is we have no alleys. We have the smallest setbacks in the city, and most people just have learned to get along, living sort of cheek by jowl. So what Justine is asking for is not unusual. It's not out of line in what other people have requested. And I think it's righting a wrong. This is kind of saying like, gee, women have always been paid less. Why would we change it now? I think it's a similar argument where you're starting to say, gee, well, we restricted her really small and we should just leave it that way. Nothing changed. Nobody else got any deck. Times haven't changed. Neighbors haven't changed. I think that is really a poor argument. So I'm really here to encourage you to approve this. I think she's way within the setbacks. There's not a big privacy issue here. In fact, the privacy issues that were brought up on the deck at 149 were sort of poo-pooed. They said, this is not a problem, and that's a 4-foot intrusion into the setback. This one is not. So again, I urge you to approve this. I think that it's an equitable decision. One of the things people look for from the Planning Commission is that their case will be heard fairly and impartially, and that an equitable decision will be made.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, the applicant has 3 minutes, no, 2 minutes to respond? 2 minutes to 2 minutes to respond. You just want to respond to any of the comments that were made, feel free.
Oh, sure. I do want to clarify, and I think Keith talked about it a little bit. I'm not asking to encroach into the rear yard setback. I'm not asking to encroach into the side yard setback. I'm only asking for something that is modest, that takes into consideration my neighbors' privacy issues. Of the neighbors that have spoken, Audrey Rabbi Ikovitz at 149, her deck sits at the 11-foot rear yard setback. Joel Brand has a garage roof deck that sits at a property line that overlooks Mike and Maud's home. Mike and Maud, in their third-story house, have a third-story balcony. So it's a little bit of close the door after me, or we've got what we want and we don't want you to have it. I'm not about discord.
Excuse me.
I'm not about discord in the neighborhood. I have wonderful relations with my neighbors. I've kept my plans reasonable. I haven't gone to the max, and I'm hoping to get to a point where you can restore the full use and enjoyment of my home. If you have any questions for me,
Yes. Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, I guess first I want to ask some questions to really focus in on what your objectives are here. We
Sure.
understood from the presentation that the primary goals were to make the deck space more functional and to provide sight lines down into your backyard.
That's correct.
Now, one apparent option, potential option, is to just expand the balcony to as it sits now at 8 feet wide and extend it to the edge of the roof line. Would that solve at least the sight line issue?
To a certain degree, it won't give me visibility around the side yards at all. And what would be the number of, wouldn't give me compatibility to other similar sized decks.
Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of
I understand.
focus in on what your priorities are.
Right.
And so as we're talking about
Absolutely.
the possibilities and trying to think about impacts, and putting together a plan that reflects those.
Now,
what your priorities are. So it sounds like it partially addresses the sightline issue.
Partially.
And in terms of when you think about the functionality of the deck, does an additional, what would that be, an additional 40 square feet of area, extending it out to the edge?
Well, and if you keep the decorative pitched roof massing, the functionality is limited that way as well. I'd rather replace it with open deck railing so you can actually enjoy sightlines and ocean breezes.
And then I wanted to give you an additional opportunity to essentially make the case that that what you're proposing would not be detrimental to other properties in the area. In particular, those sites that have voiced concerns to us, saying it indeed would be detrimental.
Right. So how would you like me to make that case, Commissioner Perry? By saying I'm not going to look, or by saying I'll grow something taller, or by saying what about opaque railings, or by saying I will put some sort of vegetation around the sides? It seems that the neighbors who have addressed issues of privacy want the status quo. And we spoke about that a little bit when you came to my home. I've already cut back my project by almost half, a little bit under half, because of neighborhood input from people that were willing to sit with me and spend time with me and say, hey, listen, what about if you scaled it a little bit? And so I'm at a position now where I have almost a Greek chorus of no's, the same ones that I had 12 years ago.
And just to be clear, we have to work off of the information in the record that is a part of this process.
Right.
What is the information that you're putting forward that would lead to the conclusion that it wouldn't be detrimental? Like you, for example, submitted photos.
Correct.
If you could really just focus in on that case
Right.
Make that case for us.
Why it wouldn't be detrimental because the sight lines wouldn't be more than what other neighbors have into my yard. Would that be a case or a potential case, right? It wouldn't be detrimental because of the 20-foot tall vegetation that is planted along the property lines. It wouldn't be detrimental because of the wooden fence that is purely on my property that I've installed and now have hedges above it. It wouldn't be detrimental because of additional landscape that we can install. And it wouldn't be detrimental because I'm a 46-year-old woman with 2 children. I'm not in a lifestyle where I'm using that space as an extension of my kitchen or my dining room. It's off my master bedroom, Commissioner Perry. You've been there. It doesn't lend itself to a space where there would be a lot of outdoor activity that where strangers would be peering into Mike and Maud's backyard.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Are there other questions of the applicant? None. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
The questions of staff?
Yeah, I would like to ask staff to address this question of how the expansion of the deck would not be considered detrimental in light of what some neighbors are saying, their perception is that it would. And they put forward things like grade differentials and sight lines. Help us understand your perspective when you're reaching the conclusion that it would not be detrimental.
Yeah, sure. If you refer to the to the statement of official action finding letter B on page 17, we really try to use some of our basis for why we don't feel it's detrimental in our facts that we actually provide there. Really, our statement and our facts show basically that if this were to be a balcony that was built just under code, it would be permitted and allowed. So it's not something that they're asking for that's beyond reason. The other thing is too, it's pretty consistent with the rest of the lots on the within the entire within that area. If you look at my presentation as well, I stated that 51% of the lots within that area all have upper floor balconies that had a larger or at the comparable size of what the applicant is asking for. The other thing too that we did talk about in there is that the size of the balcony, we really don't feel it's gonna invite for noise generation. It's not going to invite for large parties or gatherings. Like Justina also stated, it's off her master bedroom. It's really not a place where you think you're going to have people come in and out of your bedroom to have parties or to have big things of that nature. And then other things too, we also noted that it's really not going to change the street character. It's in the backyard. It's off the back side of the actual lot. It's not going to affect anything on the basis of the actual street. So those were some of our facts that we felt that we can justify in supporting that actual finding that it's not detrimental.
Okay, and among that thinking, you cited the fact the frequency of what's being proposed out in the community and that it is to code. Is that typically a consideration when looking at making this finding of what is detrimental? So, for example, in some scenario, there could be a proposal that you could look to as having a negative effect, but the fact that it's happening in the general area and it is to code means that, well, it's detrimental, but not in the way that we need to think about in terms of this finding.
Yeah, and to answer that, to be honest with you, to answer that, I think the best way to approach it would be to think of it as if they were to build this house, let's say they were to scrape and rebuild the home and they wanted to build just a compliant two-story home, they would be permitted and allowed to build a roof deck on top of that two-story home. The code allows you to build that, right? If in this kind of in that situation, the roof deck would actually be taller than what she has now because of the fact that she does have a technical first story. It's a partial basement first story is the way it's defined now. That's the way her grade is. That's the way her house is configured. So by code, we actually classify it as a one story, and then but in reality, it's a partial one story. It's like a partial basement. So if you were to go ahead and just build a normal two story there, you could build a hypothetical roof deck on top, which would be actually taller than what she has currently. So.
Okay. I think the applicant was trying to make that point when he got cut off at the end of his presentation. I'm glad that's out there now. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions of staff from the commission? Okay, I'd like to close the public hearing and move to deliberation. Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Yeah, the way I'm looking at this is this deck is completely code compliant. The only reason we're having this discussion is because of a previous restraint on this balcony. And so it's almost like a legal question, and maybe the city attorney can weigh in on this. What obligation do we owe to previous determinations, negotiations, and settlements that have occurred? And would the next commission would have any restraint by what we decide today? If someone were to buy this property, heaven forbid, in the future, 20 years from now, they would come back and say, well, we want to push the balcony out further. Would they have to listen to us? I guess that's my question. Maybe you can expound on that.
Well, I'm just going to speak to the circumstances in front of you. I mean, you're looking at reviewing variance that was issued, what was it, 12 in 2003, so a significant period of time has passed, circumstances have changed. I think the facts are different than the facts that were before you. So I think that you certainly have the authority to be reviewing this variance. If the timing were different and a very brief period of time had passed, maybe that would result in a different opinion. But I think in this case, it's certainly within your purview to look at that. I think time has passed and the facts, factual presentation before you is different, and you can assess those circumstances.
Commissioner Kennedy, do you have a question?
Yeah, can you just elaborate on what you said, a significant amount of time? So does that mean that there is no set period of time in any code or anything anywhere saying that a specific period of time needs to pass before a modification or a variance request can be applied for again on the same property? There's no specific period of time,
I
or there
don't
is?
believe that we've established a fixed period of time in which you can seek a review of your conditions that have been imposed, and in fact the code authorizes applicants to request for modifications to conditions, and of course this, as has been discussed, this restriction was not specifically part of the variance request, but was related to circumstances which arose in light of the variance request. So it's a very unique matter that's before you.
That's what I was wondering about, was the modification of conditions.
Variances are reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and because the factual context is so different with respect to each variance, it's difficult and probably not appropriate to generalize in terms of how you would assess them.
Commissioner Fresco.
I don't agree that the only reason this is before us now is because it was denied in the past. I think that the thing that's changed since the last time the applicant didn't live in the neighborhood and didn't know as many people and didn't have as many friends. And this time she has more friends, which is nice, and she's a nice person, and so I feel like she has more support, and that is not something that's really in our purview, is to think, well, now it's not detrimental. And I think what the real issue is the condition of this neighborhood that, as one speaker said, we have extra small setbacks, most of which are encroached upon by the historic buildings. They're often eave to eave. They're right up against each other in so many ways. And these kinds of privacy issues and encroachment issues can get triggered really easily by personalities, and sometimes people get along better or know their neighbors better, and sometimes they don't, and that has a huge issue on how these privacy concerns are perceived. Again, too much information fresco here, but this, because it is a potential historic district and what I consider to be an important one, I've done a lot of research into the area and into lot sizes and property sizes, and I did a survey where I walked all the streets and I looked at all the buildings that seemed inconsistent with the general look of the neighborhood, and I, believe it or not, I actually looked them all up on the zoning administrator website, and they all had variances. And I feel like this neighborhood has a variance problem. We need maybe an intervention. So this lot, when basically, on one hand, I can see it's a hard decision, as a human. This is a person who has nice friends. You go to her house, it's a beautiful home. She already has a balcony. She can already see into some of these yards. But when I try to make the findings and I try to take the personalities out, I can't really make finding A, because her property is not unduly small. It's exactly in the middle. In fact, according to my rough calculations, true, I use the Opus map area measuring device, which could be off by 100 feet here or there, but 51 properties in the South Beach tract are bigger than this one, and 50 are smaller. So it is smack dab in the middle in size. So that's not a size hardship. And then when I look at the amount of house that is on this lot, those numbers are more accurate because they're based on the tax assessor. 21 in the neighborhood are bigger and 72 are smaller. So I don't see a hardship in being able to, get the reasonable use of the property. I feel that this property has made pretty good use of the size of the lot that they have. So I can't really see that. I can't, the safety concerns, I would be a lot more concerned with fire safety than whether you can, if you have a really young child, I'm a mom too. When my kids were babies and I had to go in and take care of the other one, I grabbed the one in the backyard and brought him inside. I can't see my backyard from the inside of my house either. And I live in a one-story house. If your kid is screaming and you're on the second floor, you're already in trouble. So, I don't see that as a safety issue at the level that we're concerned with. Obviously, a mom wants to be able to see their kids and know where they are, and so it's a safety issue that way, but I don't think it rises to our level of safety issue. So I don't get it, and I just am having a hard time making the findings because I feel like are we going to give everybody a variance? And what I think is, when I studied in the code what the whole thing with balconies, basically there wasn't much to study unless you're north of Montana, where they have much bigger lots, and yet they have very specific rules about certain kinds of balconies and decks and stuff. And I think this neighborhood needs that, and that we need to not make this a personality issue and a popularity contest. And we need to find a way to decide what is the right amount of deck and how much more we're going to allow people to add to each of these properties over time. So that's my speech.
I have a follow-up question. I guess I would ask almost the other side of the question, which is what is different or special about this site such that it should be more restricted than what's allowable by the zoning code. So 12 years ago, and I'm not asking you to, know what that planning commission was thinking, but based on your own knowledge, what is different or special about this site such that the setback was 25 feet instead of 15 feet, and that they might have restricted the property? Because I hear what you're saying, but it does seem like the standard in the community is different from what's being allowed at this site currently, and at this site it's more restrictive.
Well, at the time, the zoning administrator made a hard no balconies decision. I wasn't there. I wasn't in his head. I was around, but that wasn't an issue I was paying very close attention to. I don't really know why, but something, obviously, saying no balcony at all was a pretty strong statement, and the Planning Commission backed up on that to a certain extent. And the fact is that today we have a condition that we have to change, and we have to be able to make findings to say whether or not they're restrictive. And I just can't make the findings that there's enough about this situation. I can't even say that it's really a hardship. It's not ideal. We all want, do we all? Maybe a lot of people want what their neighbors have, and, they see something happen next door, and then the next one and the next one. And, how developed do we want each of these tiny little lots that have 4 inches between the wooden 115-year-old eaves to get? I just feel like it's a bigger planning issue at this point, and it's, time to really think a lot about it from that point of view and look at the bigger picture of what's going on in that neighborhood.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Fresco that some things haven't changed in this case, and what hasn't changed is the code is virtually the same. It's still a very divisive issue. We have equal number of people lining up on both sides, maybe even the same people that showed up 12 years ago. So that hasn't changed. There has been a little trickle of a few more variances that you're talking about that are trickling through what is a very difficult design problem because of how close everything is and how objectively small the lots are. But at this point, there is still a code that allows things that are actually much bigger than what are being proposed. They could be taller and they could project farther into the rear yard. So here's someone who is exercising restraint, in a sense, in terms of what they could do, and approaching in some ways closer to what might be your ideal, which is even more restraint, which is, this trickle of variances is slowly eating away like termites what would be otherwise a very nice neighborhood as it was 50 years ago or 70 years ago when it was built. But it is still within the envelope that is agreed to by the code. And so for us to start pushing back against that, we have to have a good reason. And a good reason might be that the quality of the neighborhood is being eroded. And I think that runs up against the idea of parity, that everyone should have an equal say or an equal opportunity. So I think that's what we're struggling with, in a sense. And so one of the ways is, can we give the neighbors the same level of privacy, or virtually the same level of privacy they have now, without denying someone else the parity to have the same balcony as someone else? The point that I'm looking at, though, is because of the restraint exercised, in some ways she is approaching where you want to go. She is trying to get less in play than what might be allowed. Now, obviously, anyone could show up later and take another bite of the apple, and by this way, there's no way to stop that. But, that's what we're really asking. Whose parity is it?
Would anyone care to make a motion?
I would move to deny the variance because I can't make finding A.
Is there a second? No second.
Could I make an amendment to your motion? Would you accept some constraints on the 175 feet that is being requested? I'll give you an example. If we held it in 2 feet from the
I
sides.
will withdraw my motion and let you make a motion, and then I'll decide if I vote for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Frisco.
Okay, because I would move the motion. I would just say, let's approve it.
Is there a second? I will second. Commissioner Perry?
These are the fun questions we get to play with up here on the Planning Commission. I'm in the unenviable position that I agree with pretty much everything that's been said here, despite the fact that they conflict. I look at the point that Commissioner Fonda Bernardi makes about, and that staff makes about this. What's being requested is within the bounds of the code, as having quite a bit of meaning. And while your Commissioner Fresco is making some good points about, really as I see it, the future action for the district as a whole, and I would say needed action with this project that is before us right now, I look at it and say, this site, this project, this home does not have enjoyment of things of features that are regularly enjoyed throughout the district. And so I can make that first finding. The thing that I would want to, where my thinking takes us is there a way that it can be expanded that is not detrimental to those adjacent neighbors that are saying that that the full proposal would be. And because there are so many conflicting ideas within this that I find merit in, I see several ways of going about an expanded deck that comes short of what's being asked for, but does achieve the primary objectives. And so the idea that I would put forward is just a simple expansion, a southern expansion of the limitation on the balcony to take it to the edge of the roof, taking it from a 24-foot, square foot balcony to, what would that be, 8 by 8, 64 square feet. And the idea on why to take that approach is that, at least as I perceive it from visiting the site, the properties that are the most at risk of there being a potential adverse impact because of the sight lines are the property that's immediately to the west and the property that is diagonally to the southeast. And also the property that's immediately to the east. But that owner has said that they support the proposal. So with those general ideas, I would put forward I'll move approval with the condition that the balcony be bound the way I described.
So there's a motion on the floor already.
I'm offering a substitute motion.
Okay. Is there, before I ask for a second on the substitute motion, can we just clarify that you are, your motion would expand the balcony out towards the back of the property, but wouldn't allow it to expand any further to the sides? Is that correct? Is there a second on the substitute motion?
I'll second it, but I have discussion. I have a question for Commissioner Perry. So, in reviewing all the material before us and this meeting, I was able to make the findings, but I also went back and forth about the idea of, is there another way to expand the railings, essentially, to provide the view down into the backyard without invading privacy elsewhere. And so I'm interested in your idea of expanding the balcony out to the south, but what I was thinking of is, and it would require a redesign of the decorative features on either side of the balcony, that you could still preserve privacy by expanding the balcony width a little bit as well, but not all the way east and west. And I was wondering why you, Commissioner Perry, since you made the original motion, did you also consider that? Because I feel it would enable the applicant to have the ability to see a little bit further to the sides of her backyard property, and see enough of the side yard in that area. But I feel like expanding it just out to the back without expanding it perhaps also just, and I'll just say this, to the width of the door that opens out, and you can see it, I think, in a photo in our staff report on page, let's see, oh, I see the door. So it would be to the wall, the bedroom wall, I guess, but not all the way out to the end of the deck. I kind of feel like expanding it out a few feet in east and west would facilitate a better view. Like I almost feel like just expanding the railing out to the end maybe isn't enough and doesn't provide enough of a view of the backyard. But it is a significant improvement. And again, my proposal, or the idea that I'm asking you if you've considered it at all, do you feel it's too much encroaches on the privacy concerns?
So Commissioner Kennedy, I'm going to try and summarize your proposal, which is to allow the expansion of the balcony south, consistent with Commissioner Perry's motion, but also to allow it to expand to the sides so that it's effectively coterminous with the walls of the third story.
That's the way I was.
Okay.
Yes, that is what I was trying to say. Thank you for articulating it.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Yeah, fortunately, we do have, again, guidance from our very wise code in the OP2 district. When you have roof decks, they have to be 3 feet in from the wall below them to try to create some privacy so you're not looking right over your neighbors. So I don't know if you would consider this, either of you, a friendly amendment that we use the same intent that we see in the OP2 district, even though this is the R2R, say, look, you just go out till you come in within 3 feet of the wall below. So instead of a 21-foot wide balcony, you would have a nominal 15-foot wide balcony, the same depth that you're proposing out to the edge of the building. And would that be a working compromise that you might agree to?
That sounds good to me, but I was only the seconder.
Well, then maybe Commissioner Jason would like to weigh in on this.
Commissioner Perry, what are your thoughts?
I'm trying to picture right now the wall below that on the two sides here, the side yards, they're even with the...
Well, we were told the balcony, if it went out to the wall, would be 21 feet. That's what we were told. And so I'm saying if you come in 3 feet on either side of that, you would have a balcony that's nominally 15 feet wide and nominally 8 feet deep. And again, we're consistent with another zone where the same issue of privacy of decks overlooking neighbors has been dealt with in this particular way. We already have a standard that we can look to as opposed to something that you and I or somebody else might negotiate.
Right. I mean, that might be, I'll go with that change, although I will note that I think, and this is hard to do here sitting in these seats, but the objective is not to mirror, what what the code may say generally, but to have site-specific requirements. But I'll incorporate that change into my motion.
Okay.
So the motion before us is to approve the variance request, modifying the approval so that the balcony would be 8 feet wide by 15 foot wide, long, and using the OP2 standards as a guideline.
I'm just saying whatever the outside of the building is, come in 3 feet and go out to the southern edge of the building, and whatever deck is left, it's probably 15 feet, it's probably 8 feet, but whatever it is, it'll be driven by.
Well, I mean, should we just state that number? So, I mean, should we just say 15?
Yeah.
Sure. Is that clear to staff?
I think it would be clear to say 3 feet from the edge of the roof on the sides.
Right.
Right, and then
Para-
extending the railing out to
the edge of the
s-
building.
Right,
Yeah.
that is clear rather than,
Right.
we don't know that it's 8 by 15.
Exactly.
so.
Exactly.
So further discussion. Commissioner Fresco.
I just want to say that, just to confuse everybody, I'm not going to vote for this motion, but I'm glad that you guys are making it and that you're going to vote for it. I'm very conflicted about the rampant variances in this neighborhood, and I feel that they are undermining some of the character of the neighborhood, and we need to work on that. And I think that we can come up with ways to define what we would allow in this neighborhood that will make these by right proposals more amenable to everyone and not create so much dissonance. And I look forward to doing that in the future.
Commissioner Kennedy, I'd like to move to a vote. Can you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree with Commissioner Fresco, because it's not just undermining what she mentioned, but it's also undermining neighborliness and cooperation and community in that close-knit neighborhood.
May I have a roll call, please? Be clear on the motion.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Anderson?
Yes. The motion is approved. What happens with the STOA? Does the STOA come
We will
back?
bring that back for your next meeting.
Okay. And I want to clarify that there is a 14-day appeal period in which to appeal the approval. We'll take a quick, I'm going to say 8-minute break, so that maybe we'll start in 10 minutes. Funny. We'll resume the meeting in about 1 minute. Oh my God, it smells. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. If everyone could take their seats. Please make sure that you're sitting in a seat as well. Please don't sit on the floor. That too is a fire hazard. The next item before the commission is item 7B, 101 Foxtail Drive, variance and waiver application. Can we have a staff report, please? Oh, yeah, thanks. We're not going to start with staff report. We're going to start with ex parte communication. Commissioner Perry, will you start? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, you look like you're ready to go.
I spoke with the attorney representing the applicant for 15 minutes yesterday and today, discussing my concerns with the encroachment, particularly into the sloping side yard constraints that the code has.
Earlier this week, I drove around the neighborhood. I parked on Kingman for a while and looked up and took pictures. Then yesterday, I met with the attorney and the architect at the attorney's office and convinced them to take me to the site because I was having a little trouble visualizing all of the different cantilevers that were involved in the plans. And then we received a bunch of letters yesterday, and one of them was from Mr. Summers, who lives next door. And because he lived next door, I responded to him, and I just asked if he could send some side views of the property, because I was curious to see what that angle looked like from the side, because I could only see it from above and below, and I didn't want to trouble him to go to his house. So he sent the pictures that we all received from him.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Let's see. On May 5th, I got an email from Paul Larmore asking if I could take a meeting at the location, and I told her that my schedule was already full and I could not meet, and she then forwarded me some commentary on the project. I received an email from Andrew Summers about the project, and I replied, "Thank you for your email." I received an email from, there was one other person, and I'll tell you one other thing. Hold on. An email from Lawrence Green. I wrote back and said, "Thank you for sending me your email about the project," and I've sent all of these to the secretary for the record.
Commissioner Perry.
I met with the applicant team this Monday for 45 minutes. We discussed the lot characteristics, their proposal, and the findings. I viewed the site from Kingman Avenue on Tuesday at 12:15. Spoke with the applicant's attorney today for 10 minutes. We discussed the projection of the structure into the canyon and the structural supports.
And I spoke with the applicant's attorney today for about 10 or 15 minutes, really trying to better understand, what was permitted and what wasn't permitted. Okay, Robert, staff report, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Chair Anderson and Commissioners. This item before you today, my name is Radha Duong, and I'm with the City Planning Division. The item before you, as you mentioned, is located at 101 Foxtel Drive, case number 16ENT006. 0006. So the applicant is proposing to construct a new 3-story, 9,987 square foot house with an attached 2-car garage. Therefore, the existing 2-story house, which is 2,901 square feet, and a 2-car garage are proposed to be demolished. In order to construct the proposed project, the applicant is requesting approval of 4 variances and a waiver, which include the following: to exceed the allowable height, to exceed the number of stories, whereas 2 stories permitted, to exceed the parcel coverage, to exceed the size of the second floor deck terrace, and to also not provide the additional side step back for buildings over 21 feet in height. The project site is an irregularly shaped lot, flag lot located at the terminus of Foxtel Drive that is approximately 17,000 square feet in area and located within the R1 zoning district north of Montana neighborhood. Foxtel Drive is a short cul-de-sac street that is perpendicular to San Vicente Boulevard. The site was previously graded and developed in 1963 with a 2-story, 2,901 square foot single-family residence and attached 2-car garage. There is an existing flat pad of approximately 4,400 square feet, while the remaining 12,600 square feet of the site slopes down immediately from the pad to the side and rear property lines. The slope of this area is approximately 63%. So if in this photo, you can see the unique shape of the lot, which is essentially a flag lot, but also it's essentially a shape of an arrowhead. So the front is this pole of the flag itself. So this is considered the front. So this would be considered the front, which requires a 30-foot front setback. And the tip here at the rear would be considered the back of the property. And these 2 sides would be considered the side property lines. So the following slides are intended to provide you an overview of the site, close up as well as from far away. So this is an area that borders the city of Los Angeles, or specifically Rustic Canyon, the Rustic Canyon neighborhood of LA. Here you will notice that you will see in the photo that the rear yard and side yard is sloped. Its neighbor to the south, essentially, because I have this photo turned around just to clearly show the sloped area of the lot, have similar features. These homes, as well as the one, the property north of it, and some other ones that are located along the boundary with the city of LA, are in a hillside area, so therefore portions of the property, whether it be the house itself or the outdoor space, cantilevers over the sloped area. So these features, to whatever extent, are common features for slope lots in this neighborhood. Here's a further zoomed out view, shows the development pattern and how each property addresses the street. So you have a combination of different lot sizes, lot shapes, and the location dictates whether the lot is fairly flat or sloped and the degree of the slope. And also you will notice that many of these lot features outdoor living areas, which include pools as well as outdoor spaces or rear yards that are essentially developed or created on flat areas or on grade. So here are a couple of photos of the street. It just shows you the character of the street. The subject site is highlighted in the back, highlighted in yellow for you. And the zoning map that's inset is intended to show, again, a clear version that illustrate the various lot shapes and sizes in this neighborhood. So the subject site is one of 2 flag lots on Foxtail Drive. So here we see 4 photos of the subject site. The top photo is a view from the end of the cul-de-sac. Highlighted is the driveway as well as portions of the house that can be seen from that vantage point. The top right-hand photo is a view of the house once you step beyond the driveway. So this is a full view of the second-story home and the garage. And the bottom photo on the left is the view of the house immediately behind the rear wall. So as you can see, there is a concrete walkway that's about 3 or 4 feet wide, and to the right of that, the slope drops immediately. And the last photo is a photo of the property showing the site at the side and rear property line looking up. And this is to illustrate the sloping features of this lot. So as I stated earlier, the proposed project will be 3 stories in height. The first floor is directly below the existing flat pad and will be built by excavating into the pad and will not be seen from the street and driveway. This floor is intended to be a recreational multi-purpose room with some storage facility as well as rooms to enclose mechanical equipment. The highlighted area would be visible depending on where you stand on the property and whether and the vantage point from adjoining properties. So otherwise, the rest of the third floor or the first floor would be completely underground. So here, this is the second floor and features 2,993 square feet of living space, a 2-car garage, and a 2,925 square feet deck. This floor accommodates all common living areas, the house including the living room, dining, and kitchen. The kitchen portion of the house cantilevers over the slope side and rear yards, and as well as the deck. Both features are highlighted here. Again, cantilevered features in this area, particularly for slopes, for lots that slopes downward, are fairly common. So the third level has 2,773 square feet of livable space and features all 3 bedrooms and bathrooms. This floor overlooks the deck and the second floor that can be seen. This floor overlooks the deck and would appear as a second story from the deck, from the driveway and the street. So the following slides will demonstrate the requirement of the zoning codes and as it relates to height, stories, and as well as setback and stepbacks requirements. The dashed red lines demonstrate the permitted or the extent of the permitted 32 feet high height envelope as measured from theoretical grade. The red, so these would be, this is the bottom dash line is the determined theoretical grade, and measure 32 feet above that would be the maximum height limit for this property. So the area that's shaded in red from this vantage point, or from this elevation, which is the east elevation, would be would project beyond the height limit. And shaded in magenta, these two areas on this elevation indicate the portion of the house that do not meet the additional side step back for buildings over 21 feet. So as you go around the house, you will see that the degree or the severity of the parts that do not meet code, such as the height or the step back, changes. That's a function of the lot and the way it slopes and the angle and the shape of the lot. Here, as I stated, in this elevation, which is the north elevation, the height is within code. However, there's a bit of the roof line that does not meet the additional step back for building over 21 feet, which is shaded in magenta. Actually, I take that back. It's the height, it's red. This is the part where the height exceeds the 32 feet from theoretical grade. So this is a section drawing of the southeast elevation. As I stated earlier, it shows the theoretical grade as well as the height limit, and also it shows better through a section the three levels. So you have the first floor, which is sunken or located below a grade. And you have the second floor, which is essentially the first visible floor. And then you have the third floor, which is seen as the second floor from the driveway and the street. And you also see the extent of the deck that cantilevers towards the side and rear yard. So the blue line is just a reference point produced by the architect. It's essentially to demonstrate that if the height is allowed to be measured 32 feet from the existing or finished grade, the house would essentially, for the most part, be in compliance with the height requirement. But this is not the way zoning code is applied for height, so it's intended to be a comparison for comparison purposes only. So here's a 3D model showing the house, and the portion of the roof as seen from the side and rear that projects beyond the theoretical grade. And here are four 3D models showing the project from different vantage points, including the front, rear, and side. So this view is from the rear, as seen from neighbors in the city of LA, and the bottom right-hand photo is the view seen from the front, and then the two photos, the other two drawings, are from the side. So the applicant is required to make 9 variance findings. What I have listed here are basically the core or the most applicable findings in this case. So, which includes that there are special circumstances or exceptional characteristics applicable to the property involved. Strict applications of the ordinance would result in practical difficulties or unnecessary hardships. And strict application of the ordinance would result in unreasonable deprivation of the use or enjoyment of the property. So the following slides, I will try to fold the argument and the findings with these 3 in mind. So here's a photo of the subject. I realize it's hard to read because the boundary lines are shown in purple, but the subject property is essentially located here. As you can see, the shape of the arrowhead, and these are the surrounding property within Santa Monica city limits, and these are the property located in city of LA. So just looking at the lots from this photo, you can see that there's a multitude of, in terms of the variations in the lot size, lot characteristics, as well as lot shapes. So this lot, if you were to look at it, even though there's another flag lot on Foxtel Drive, it's seen as especially unique in terms of its lot shape. While other lots are more traditional in shape and may or may not have sloping features anywhere on the site. So given the unique lot shape in combination with sloping photography, in comparison to the other lots in the general vicinity, staff believes that the finding for variances could be made for the project before us in regards to finding number 1. So if a typical 2-story is to be constructed on the subject site and on the existing building pad, you would not be able to construct a full 2-story that meets today's code. If I may direct your attention to the drawings, so here's assuming that the first level is not part of the proposal. So the second floor would then become the first floor, and the third floor would then become the second floor. So by that alone, if we were to measure height from theoretical grade as shown here, 32 feet high, which the red dashed line indicates the extent of that height limit, even on the flat pad alone, this part would project outside of our current zoning code. What this means also is that in this example, you would not resolve the height and parcel coverage issues that's requested under the variance, as well as the additional side step back request. However, what you would resolve is that the size of the deck would be a non-issue at this point because there's no size limit on a first floor deck. So in this scenario, what's being called if the third story is being removed, as shaded in the drawing, the height issue would be resolved. But then what you end up with is a first story that is almost completely sunken into the flat pad, and what you would only see is a 1-story portion of the house. So here you are essentially forced to build a project that is inconsistent with the neighbors who may have a less of a sloped lot or a flat lot, because you are limited to a first floor that is underground, that do not enjoy the same light, air, circulation as a flat lot property would enjoy. So then the question, it begs the question, is there parity between adjoining neighbors? Or one could also ask, is this disparities between properties that are in the same vicinity? So further, the variance items for the deck size, code as stated in the staff report permit up to 400 square feet. However, the applicant is proposing a deck, a terrace that is 2,925 square feet. So, I mean, if the applicant proposes a deck that would meet code, how is this comparable to other properties in the area? The reason why I showed you some various aerial photograph and of the general area is to point out features of the lot that is not just simply the house. So you have the backyard, you have the pool. So this property does not cannot enjoy that because of the sloped rear and side yard. So if you propose a 400 square foot second story deck, is that consistent with property owners within the area? Because a 400 square foot deck is essentially the size of a 2-car garage. So for the other homes in the area, you have the flat lot and you could have second story deck or balconies above that. So 6 waiver findings are required for not providing the additional step back for buildings over 21 feet. So I've included the most applicable one. The approval or conditional approval of modification will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of the persons residing or working on site, result in change in land use or density. The site is intended for single-family development, and it is consistent with the adjoining uses. The approval of requested modification is justified by environmental features and site condition, so that the site has a unique lot shape and coupled with the downward slopes in the rear and side yard. And the proposed project will not significantly affect the properties in the immediate neighborhood, as the site is suitable for construction and is fully developed with services as well as public utilities. Public notices will mail out to owners and tenants within 750-foot radius of the subject site. Staff receive calls, including general inquiry calls, as well as a telephone call that oppose the project, as well as it's stated 7 here, but by the end of the day, staff received 9 letters of opposition, many of which were sent directly to the commissioners, but nonetheless, they have been made available to the commissioners and will be made part of the public record. So staff recommends approval of 16 ENT 006 with conditions. However, prior to tonight's hearing, the applicant provided revised project drawings that staff has not had time to adequately review.
Thank you, Roger. Are there immediate questions? And just to be aware, we have 14 chits to speak. Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
2 quick questions. If you go to your very first section that you showed us, at the first time, you were, I hope you don't have to go through the whole thing. Is there a way to get to the head and then go back? But song and dance here.
The first section?
The very first section you showed us.
This one?
It was earlier than that. Keep going. Earlier than that. Right there. Wait, you went past it right there. So if I look at the bottom red line, which is the theoretical grade, by the way, the pictures on this are great. The 3D drawings were awesome. and the color coding was fantastic. But if you look at that red line and then you look at the light blue line just above it, am I correct in understanding that this basement, whatever you want to call it, or first floor, it's only about 2 feet higher than it otherwise would turn into a basement? When I look at the far left corner, does this marker work here? Let's see.
It's on the ceiling. Oh, yeah.
Where'd it go? Right there. When I look at that corner right there, if that basement were lowered for high purpose of discussion to where it meets up with the blue line right there, it would no longer be a first floor. Is that a correct understanding?
No, that's the top
Well,
of the basement.
yes, the dark blue line as shown in this drawing here is an attempt by the architect to show that this is the existing grade.
Right, right.
And the flat pad. So this is where theoretical grade was measured.
Right.
And the green line indicates the extent or how much a basement, if it meets the definition of a basement, can project beyond the theoretical
Right.
grade, which is a maximum of 3 feet.
But what I'm saying is right there, that's the only place where that basement is going over that 3-foot line.
The top of the basement has to
Yes.
be below the line.
Oh, the top of the basement.
The top of the basement,
Okay.
yes.
So that's the first question. Second question is, how wide is the panhandle of this, the flagpole of this flag lot?
The pole of the flag is 12 feet, which is essentially all of the driveway width.
Okay, thank you.
Can I apologize? Can I just do a follow-up, though? My recollection of the basement definition was that there was a certain amount of exposure. There couldn't be a certain amount of exposure of that bottom floor before it was considered a first story. So it doesn't, the whole thing doesn't have to be below ground to be considered a basement, right? Like some of it could be exposed.
Which is a maximum feet.
Okay, the maximum, okay. So to your point, it would have to come up pretty far. Okay.
So
okay.
in order for the, just to follow up on that questions, in order for the project to meet the basement definition, it would have to be sunken down a lot further.
A lot, okay, good.
Like a full floor for.
Result in much more grading and alteration to the site.
Right, Commissioner Fresco.
Just to help in my visualization, do we have some rough, vague estimate on how deep a pool is being considered in any of these plans? Just in terms of that cantilevered portion, is it like an 8-foot deep pool or a 2-foot deep pond? You know what I'm saying?
I guess, based on my own experience, a pool varies in depth. It could start from 3.5 feet to 6.5 or 7 feet. So I guess that's a matter of preference.
I'll just
where that
ask the
starts, yeah.
applicant when they come up. And then another thing is you said in your report that other homes in the area have flat lots and that they don't have this same problem. Can you show me? Because I saw a lot of hills. So I just want to understand what you're comparing it to.
So this may be a good picture because of the map. So if this property here that butts back onto the city of LA, generally have sloping rear side yards. So many of the homes will have, to a certain degree, something that is with cantilevers.
And those properties have backyards and pools too?
And then I'll go back to another photo. But lots, for example, in this area, even though still in the San Vicente Drive, this is San Vicente Boulevard, tend to be flatter and have a more regular shape to them than this lot. I mean, the fact that there's a hillside element to it generally makes lot interesting looking, and in terms of shapes and how they're built and things like that. So that's what I was referring to in a general scheme of things. There are a great mix of variation. So in this photo, there's a pool here. This looks like a pool here. That's within the city limits.
Do we think, I mean, when I looked, I didn't see any cantilevered action along that hillside. I just want to see.
Well,
and
I
also,
actually, for the benefit of analyzing the project and my attempt to depict the property as accurately as possible, is I visited the site and I walked the entire rear yard up and down the side, as well as along the rear property line that abuts the property in the city of LA. So if you are standing here, for example, which I didn't include any of those photos, you would see that this portion, I don't know how much it cantilevers, but it cantilevers. So, and there are other homes. This one,
that one's demolished.
Yes, it's no longer there, but from this photo, it looks like there's a feature that's cantilevered as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, great. The applicant's team has 10 minutes. By way of reminder, we have 14 chits, so everyone, the public will have 2 minutes to speak, giving that.
What do I do? Get rid of that. Oh, can we reload it? That's how I did it. Start. No, right there.
Good evening, Vice Chair and Commissioners. My name is Garrett Belmont. I'm the project architect for the proposed home. So, as you can see, it's a contemporary home. So we were adding to the diverse styles of the neighborhood by designing a contemporary home with a flat roof. The home is 2 stories above the driveway. The overall height of the house is more or less 25 feet above the driveway. Same as the existing house, also 25 feet. We're not an inch over. We're building 2 stories above the grade so that we can maintain the views, to maintain the 2-story presence from the narrow 12-foot wide street frontage, and to minimize the grading and construction impacts by avoiding building 2 stories below ground, 2 stories being the allowable basement plus what would be the technical first floor with a roof more or less at the height of the driveway. The rear deck is located on the ground level to maximize the enjoyment of the site. And the ground level is what is the technical second floor. We chose the deck on to support the deck on piles, comparing the retaining wall option to a deck on piles. We felt that the impact was greater with a retaining wall over the piles that allow us to have planting and other screening options where the retaining wall can be imposing. So in accordance to Santa Monica's 2-story height limit, the level below grade is designed as a basement. Although it's our technical first level, we designed it in all other definitions of a basement. We are allowed 40% of any wall segment to be exposed to daylight, but we didn't even come close to that in any of the walls. So what results is that the first floor, the technical first floor, is it's completely buried. It has minimal visible exposure from the downslope and limited exposure to daylight. When applying the height measurement of the current zoning ordinance, as Rather pointed out, because of the shape of the lot and the slope, the combined results in placing our allowable basement 2 levels below grade. Let's see. So I'm going to let Paula Larmore speak now. She's our land use counsel for the project.
Good evening, Commission. The basis for this request stems from the new zoning ordinance, which was recently amended and adopted in 2015 in July. While the R1 zoning standards for north of Montana did not change, the rules for measuring height and determining what is a basement did, and some of you may have sat through those hearings. This is due, the variance request is due to the very unique attributes that staff spoke to earlier, so I won't go through them again. But to answer Commissioner Anderson's question, it is not, the reason why the basement is a first story is not because it's peaking above the grade. On a flat lot, you are allowed to go above the grade because it's essentially, that's where you're measuring height from. It's because it's being measured from below that green line, which is 3 feet above the theoretical grade. The theoretical grade calculation is here. You can see where it's taken from the site. Kind of an arbitrary point in the site. It's taken at about the midpoint of the setbacks and between the front and the back. Give you a understanding of where it's being taken from. And this diagrammatically shows again that the height is being measured from below grade at the flat portion of the lot. And the irony is that I think a lot of the concern has been about the Kingman side, the slope side. And this is just diagrammatic, but I think Rather's PowerPoint showed it earlier. The theoretical grade on the slope side is actually above the existing grade. So everything that we are proposing is compliant with the height limit on the slope side. It's actually, the variances are being requested up on the Foxtail side to have the 2 stories up there. And that is something that I think is very important to keep in mind tonight, because if this home were to be code compliant, you could have 32 feet above, even above the existing grade, because the theoretical grade at the bottom of the slope is above the existing grade. This just goes to the building envelope and again shows the green line where your basement would need to be pushed all the way to the bottom of the slope, 2 levels below the Foxtail side in order to be a real basement per code. So the proposal in the staff report, you've seen this diagram, and again, I want to show that the red line, which is the theoretical grade on the bottom of the slope, is above the existing grade. And so if we built a code compliant home, you could have a 32-foot structure at the bottom of the grade, even further than 32 feet from the existing grade, because the red line is where you're measuring from. This kind of shows the context with which Rather explained. Again, I think it just goes to the point that there are 2-story homes on the Foxtail side and shows the unique shape and kind of topography and location of other homes. I won't go through these because Rather did them. I'll get to kind of some changes we've made, which I understand are late and last minute, but we thought it was better to put them before you all today as for your consideration. So let's start with the top floor, which is the 3rd story, 2nd level above Foxtail. We had been asked, and we had heard comments about maybe pulling it back to have a gesture of the step back. Proposal would be to pull back the 3rd level, the 2nd level above Foxtail grade by another 6 feet.
Paula, sorry, can I just interrupt just for a moment? I just want to let the public know available with Kyle at the clerk's desk.
And we had also passed them out to many of the members of the public as well. 6, the Summers Estate on the San Vicente side. The 2nd story, which is the ground level at Foxtail, proposing to eliminate the deck completely in front of the kitchen, which is the furthest projection, which again, I will reiterate, is not in violation of the height limit because the height limit allows that story, but because the concerns we've heard have been with respect to pulling back from the Kingman side, would be eliminate the deck on that side, pull back the deck 8 feet all the way around. And this is the biggest change, and we're putting it for your consideration tonight because there seems to be kind of a gut reaction against the piles. And this would be an alternative, And we are interested for feedback. Obviously, love the approval, but I think this is a very different concept that's being presented as an alternative to have the piles. So rather than having the piles, again, the second floor or the ground floor is being pulled back. The basement in this scenario would be shifted to be the support for the deck now. So now you have a fully daylit basement on the slope side, but you could have glass. Instead of seeing piles and not seeing any third floor, which is what, any basement first floor, which is what staff's real issue was when they originally saw the proposals. They wanted the basement cut back so you could not see anything from the Kingman side. This, you would see a third level from the Kingman side, but you'd have no piles and it'd be pulled back further. It would also eliminate grading in the driveway area, which would allow for more on-site construction staging. So this shows kind of the new alternative for your consideration with the pulled back third floor, second floor above the Foxtel level, a pulled back pool deck, and rather than the piles, having the basement, the first story pulled out beyond the existing grade, and so it's daylit. You see 3 stories from the Kingman side, but you don't have piles, and it's significantly pulled back from the slope. The blue box on the left-hand side of the screen is a representation so you can understand the relationship between the home that's directly below. And that's just a cleaner version, so you just see it compared with the existing grade. This shows the change. So here's the original proposal in context, and this shows the pulling back on the top floor and the ground level deck. I will go into staff asked us to explore what a code compliant home could look like. This is showing you're having a 1-story off the Foxtel side. Your second story is not visible much from the Foxtel side, but it's fully visible from the Kingman side. And you can have a deck with a retaining wall. Again, you're compliant with the 32-foot height limit because your theoretical grade is above the existing grade down on the slope side. But you're also complying with a theoretical grade now up at the Foxtail side, so you're just shifting the mass back away from Foxtail onto the slope. Here's other views. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the applicant right now? Okay, great. Let's move to public comment. All right, I would ask that I'll call 3 names, and I'd ask that you line up over here on the side. Yeah, please.
May I please ask you just a clarifying question? So the proposal that the applicant is bringing forward tonight is new to the public and to the commission this evening. Is that correct? This is
Paula, could you
this is
answer
a
that
change as of today.
Right. So the change to the upper level and the ground floor level are changes, but they're both reductions. So it's quite typical with what this commission would do as a condition to require reductions. The change to the basement level is quite different, and yes, it's brand new to everyone.
Okay. So the applicant hasn't discussed this with the neighborhood. The revised.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. Randall Akers, Carrie Kane and David Scarpa together, and then Henry Lickstein.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Randall Akers. I'm a former Los Angeles City building inspector and a professional land use consultant. I was hired by the Summers to help them understand what some of all of this stuff meant and do a quick assessment of the findings. As you know, they're very difficult to understand if you haven't been through them a couple of thousand times. I'm not going to go through all of them because 2 minutes doesn't allow anywhere close, but I'll just make a few comments. I did an analysis on the neighborhood slope for compatibility, just general size, floor area ratio, that kind of thing. I know some of those subjects are irrelevant to this proceeding because Santa Monica doesn't apparently have an FAR problem in their ordinance. But just to let you know, the parcel average for the area is 15,000 square feet, so this parcel is a little larger. The building average is a little over 3,600 square feet, so this project is about 3 times that. And the FAR average is 21%, and this house would be 45%. I'm sorry, this house would be 58%. So it's a very large house for the area, a very large house for the neighborhood. By the way, they keep referencing the existing house. By the way, it's gone. My client tells me it disappeared today. All hillside sites have problems, have complications with their building. They're all different, difficult compared to flat sites, but the proposed project is nearly twice the size of the neighborhood average. The site is far from unique, being a fairly typical hillside view parcel on the rim of Santa Monica Canyon. The flag lot shape is usually considered an advantage, as it provides your front yard setback without any significant loss of land. It provides additional privacy and a free setback from the street. The Montana ordinance was designed to restrict and limit building size and height, and the limitations to hillside parcels was envisioned. Now, I know they have changed the definition of grade, and that does cause some complications, but most of the other older houses in the area are in conformance.
Can you hold on? We have a question from Commissioner Perry.
Actually, it's not a question for the speaker. I would like to ask the commission, in light of the fact that 2 things. One, there's new information that's being provided here, new plans, a new proposal, that we increase the speaker time by half a minute, and also because the speaker is a representative of the applicant, and the applicant has already had their time on.
No.
Oh, the neighbor.
The neighbor.
Sorry. Okay. So I would like to suggest 30 additional seconds for this speaker and for the rest. And I'll make that as a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Can we speak to the motion for a moment?
Sure, please.
I am in favor of the motion, but I'd like to just express my concern that the 14 or so or more speakers that we have this evening are going to be commenting on essentially plans that are no longer valid, essentially, or that. I mean, they're valid, but they've been modified. So, and they maybe haven't had an opportunity to review those modifications.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I guess I would take this opportunity to say that my expectation is that we would take public comment and that we would ask questions, but that ultimately we would be moving to a continuance at the end of the day, given the breadth of the new information. I think in order to make a thoughtful decision, when our minds are sharp, we will need additional time to look at the materials.
And to give the public the opportunity to weigh in on the new materials.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to allow each speaker 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'm opposed.
Okay, I would like this speaker to have then 30 seconds
Yes.
to
yes.
finish.
Yep, that's what we're, okay. Abstentions, no. Okay.
I will use them wisely. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll make it very brief. I
Thanks,
support your intention to continue this because it's a tremendous amount to digest and absorb. And the building apparently has changed significantly. We looked at it for a few minutes this evening. It's still really large for the neighborhood. It still could be built very nicely with around a 6,000 square foot house on that same site. And that would have been the thrust of another minute. But I won't go there. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Carrie Kane.
I am speaking for Carrie Kane and David Scarpa. We live at 694 Kingman, which is the property that is downslope of this. So when I look out my backyard up, I see the house that was there. I'd like to represent the views of the people in Kingman who live underneath this development, and I feel haven't really been taken into consideration. We feel that the zoning laws of Santa Monica are currently really, really generous. They allow for this developer to more than double the size of the current structure. And for that reason, we would like them to just stay with the current code. They're requesting deviations that are commensurate to what would be afforded by a flat lot.
But how can you ignore the limits of the land that you purchased? It was reflected in the price that was paid for that lot. The topography has not changed since it was purchased, and neither have the zoning laws. We've all purchased these lots. And we're all trying to conform to these limitations. The developer would like to have greater enjoyment of their property than their surrounding neighbors and neighborhood by asking for this variance. I am trying to put my thoughts together because of the recent change in the plan, but what they were asking for is about 750% larger than the existing laws. The 3,000 square foot cement pool deck is terribly egregious to me. I would be listening to all that noise from that pool deck. The current zoning laws require a 400-foot pool deck. 3,000 is a lot more.
Thank you.
Do I get 30 more seconds?
Nope, that included.
Okay.
Was that
Kyle?
2, Kyle?
Was that 2 or? 2 minutes and 30 seconds is what we're doing. That's okay. Go ahead, Karen.
So I am concerned certainly about the privacy, about the noise. I won't go into it, but the way the noise travels in the canyon, I can hear indoor conversations of my neighbors and conversations of the construction workers that are two parcels over from 101 Foxtail. It's out of step with the neighborhood. It's out of step with the character of the canyon. And it would impede my light, for one thing. I don't want to be living in the shadow of this very, very large house, and I request an environmental review.
Thank you. The next speaker is Henry Lickstein, to be followed by Lawrence Green and Louise Green.
Thank you. I will be short. My son lives immediately below the house, right next to the Scarpas. I, however, am on the board of the Santa Monica Canyon Community Association and the Upper Santa Monica Canyon Neighborhood Association. You may not realize this, some of you drove on Kingman, but Kingman is fully 100 feet below Foxtail. The property line which you saw on the figure is in fact 60 feet or 50 or 60 feet above the property lines below. My son looks up to into the basements of the houses along. And I'm sorry, but to say that there are cantilevered pieces of deck or pools.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
I'm sorry.
Please speak into the mic and address your comments to the
I'm sorry,
commission,
the
please.
statement that there are cantilevers along that hillside is not correct. There is one house being built with an awful lot of concrete and an awful lot of steel, but that it presents a flat facade, not a cantilever deck. Now, it appears that that a dominant form of our portion of our concern has been mitigated by the change in plans, and that would be very encouraging. But you can't make a flat lot out of a 60% grade lot. This project is trying to take advantage of a large piece of land, build a very large house on a 60% grade slope. And you really should not allow that to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lawrence Green.
I'm Lawrence Green. I'm the next door neighbor at 103 Foxtail Drive. Our family has happily lived there for 20 years with a canyon view that this developer wants to take away with a non-compliant 10,000 square foot house. Okay? We were told by the owner's architect that they want to exceed the code compliant building envelope of 32 feet above grade and build a 3-story structure where only 2 stories allow. That's really simple. They showed it here in the section here. They want to build 3 stories. They're building 3 stories that are going to be visible from the Summers house. It's going to be visible from the Menzies house on the other side, and it's going to be visible from Kingman. Okay. The architect showed us his plans, the sections, and the elevations, and the southernmost corner of the building, which extends 44 feet above the first floor and higher than the code-compliant 32 feet. Did you hear that? 44 feet. And it thereby boxes us in and takes away our views of the canyon and the sunset to the west. Now this third floor here, this entire third floor is boxing us in, and it's illegal. He's not allowed to do it by code. There's no reason that you should take from us, take from the Menzies, take from the Summers, take from everybody else, and give them a third floor. Just build within the code. I suggested to him, why don't you just drop it down, build 2 stories, do whatever. There's a million options that you can do, beautiful options that integrate with the hillside that he could do, that he could build a beautiful house and build it to code. There's no reason. And another thing is that, first off, now, it's wrong that the Planning Commission would ever consider allowing a 40-foot height where 32 feet is permitted, and the findings in the Planning Commission report are wrong. The proposed house is not consistent in size and massing with other residences. There are no other 10,000 square foot houses on this block, okay? No other 10,000 square foot houses. There's no unnecessary hardship for this developer, and the project will not protect, preserve, or enhance this city neighborhood, okay? Basically, there's no justification for a variance, and I hope you agree with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Louise Green to be followed by Helga Hanelin, and Alexander Lickstein.
Hi, my name's Louise Green. I live at 103 Foxtail also with Lawrence Green. Our family has lived at 103 Foxtail Drive next to 101 for 20 years. We did not buy a house with an ocean view. We did buy a 2,900 square foot house on a flat lot on a sweet, quiet cul-de-sac north of San Vicente in our beloved city of Santa Monica. Our house has a lovely Santa Monica Canyon view from our master bedroom. For the past 20 years, we have enjoyed that view, the sunlight in the mornings, the twinkling lights of the houses across the canyon at night, and the magical sunsets. If this ill-conceived, enormous, non-compliant 10,000 square foot mega mansion is given the green light by this committee, we will lose all the above, while Mr. Levy at 101 will enlarge his already expansive ocean and canyon view. The question is, why does he need to take ours? I beg the Planning Commission not to grant the variance to this project. Please do not allow our canyon view to be taken away and handed on a platter to Mr. Levy. Thank you.
Thank you. Helga Hanlon.
I'm Helga Hanlon, and I live on 117 Foxtail Drive, and I lived there it will be May 31st, for 50 years. I raised 3 children, and now I have the pleasure of having grandchildren playing on Foxtail Drive. It's going to be a little bit tricky with all the construction going on, but I didn't want to talk to that. I'm very concerned about, in addition to the bad planning that this house presents, the city has not completed the required environmental review. A project of this size on a narrow cul-de-sac and on a sloping lot presents special circumstances such that environmental review is warranted. How much grading and excavation will be required? How many truck trips? What will the quality of impact of living be? What are the geologic risks and hazards for the adjacent properties? How will the aesthetics of the Santa Monica Canyon be impacted? All these impacts and more need to be addressed thoroughly through environmental review. I urge you to deny the variance application in their entirety. The house is too big, too tall, and too inconsistent with the neighborhood's character. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexander Lickstein, to be followed by Kate Summers and Andrew Summers.
Hello. My name is Alexander Lickstein. I live with my wife and child at 690 Kingman Avenue, which is next to the Canes, and I've lived in that house for 15 years. Our property is below and slightly to the west of the lot in question, and we were able to see the entirety of even the existing structure from all parts of the back of our home. I'm here to express my opposition to any variances or accommodations to develop the estate at 101 Foxtail as proposed or even reproposed. It would seem to grossly exceed both the letter and what I can assume is the intent of the code. I do not believe the interests of the residents living in the shadow of this property have been well considered in the recommendations in the staff report. It elegantly and clearly demonstrates the modest impact of the development from the Foxtail side, as this flag lot exposes only its driveway to the street. The renderings I've seen show the street frontage in beautiful context with its Foxtail neighbors. However, it almost comically presents a rendering of the three-story rear of the structure and massive deck in isolation without any context for how it would loom over our beloved canyon. From these pictures, one would almost get the impression that 101 Foxtail is nestled modestly amongst its neighbors up the hill, but then the rear of the property is hanging off in space where nobody else might be impacted, and that's simply not true. We live in the shadow of this massive project. We will be impacted, and I respectfully request that you consider the interests of all the neighbors and your Santa Monica Canyon neighbors to the north. I won't mention the obvious seismic and safety concerns, but I'm not even going to go into that. One of the other houses above us, 2 doors down on Foxtail, has also been raised and is being redeveloped. While it too is looming over us with yet another deck and pool, we were not contacted for any variances or invited to any hearings. Presumably, they were able to make use of a smaller lot with an identical grade condition without trying to stretch the limits of code or common sense. Again, I don't love it, but it's a reasonable expression of inevitable progress compared to this project. I had to chuckle listening to the impassioned arguments in favor and opposed to 175 square foot deck variance. This one is what, 2,975 square foot deck variance. I encourage the city council members to take a stroll in our beautiful canyon, sounds like some of you have, to see firsthand what this proposed development will do to the character of the neighborhood. Again, I oppose any variances for the reasons aforementioned, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kate Summers, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kate Summers. My husband and I live at 1111 San Vicente Boulevard, and our 3 children grew up there. The property at 101 Foxtail adjoins the back end of our property. There are so many things about the proposed plans for the Foxtail lot that are upsetting to my family and to others in the neighborhood. Not all of us could be here tonight on such short notice, so I'm also speaking on behalf of others. Each of us have particular concerns. All of us share a deep general concern and voice our strenuous opposition to the proposed plan. The project architect and land use attorney working for the developer met with us only a few days ago to share some of the plans for the proposed 101 Foxtail house. They emphasized that the main building would really have only 2 stories, since some of the bottom floor is built into the slope and is therefore, in their view, a basement. Their words do not make it so. The architect's plans clearly indicate that what we would see from our home, from the other side of the house, and from the rear, that is from 3 out of 4 sides, is a very large 3-story home, a home with over 3 times the square footage of the house that stood on the property for many years and was mostly demolished today. New house, almost 10,000 square feet. Former house, 2,900 square feet. The proposed new dwelling would have a huge cantilever deck extending out from what most of us would call the second floor, almost to the end of the property. If this proposal moves forward intact, we will see nothing but house whenever we look south, all the way to our lower property line, resulting in a lot less light, a lot less view, and a lot less privacy for us, for our neighbors, the Belkys, for the Menzies on the other side of the lot. and the house would be a looming eyesore for the many people living in homes below the property on Kingman Avenue. The proposed second-floor pool deck and balcony on its own has more square footage than the entire house that stood on the property until today. But I'd like to tell you how that deck would particularly impact our home, and I don't think I can explain it. Please, as I issued an invitation to you, come and visit and see. We would love to show you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have more, but...
The next speaker is Andrew Summers, to be followed by Jana Belke and Lorena Kerala.
Good evening, Andrew Summers. I'm at 1111 San Vicente. We are the neighbours. This house, or this proposed house, comes as a complete shock because we've lived there for 15 years in a house that was built in 1927. This house extends all the way down the garden, right to the pretty much to the back, to where the Kingman properties are, who I think are completely threatened by this. It will take away just about everything that we've enjoyed in this property. All the light will go. All privacy will go. They'll be able to completely see into our property. I think the house will be seriously devalued. It basically is a life changer to the point where you think, well, I can't really live here anymore if this is it, because, you know, this is not what we bought into. And what's so terrible about it is this house doesn't seem to be compliant with, as people have pointed out over and over again, with any of the building rules in Santa Monica. We built a house once and we had to be very compliant with all codes and respectful. And I think the codes are there to protect people and be sensible. We live in an area of earthquakes. This house is on not a slope, it's a hill. It's a very steep hill that we've looked at for 15 years with a little bit of flat land at the top. A slope is putting it very gently. It's a much more worse than that. And, you know, I feel completely opposed to this building. We didn't hear about this until about 10 days ago. We were given sort of a description of it by the architect and the lawyer who seems to have had about 2 hours with all of you. And we get 3 minutes. It doesn't seem terribly balanced. And I don't think anybody has seen our position. No one has come to our house and looked at it to see the terrible impact that it's going to be on us. That seems to be missing from all the reports. And, you know, with all due respect, the staff report and the actual reality that we live in we're on two different planets. It doesn't reflect it at all for us. And I think that needs to be addressed by, you know, the commission coming to our house and seeing the damage that's about to be done on us. Okay? I think that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jana Belke, and she has had a minute donated to her by Stephen Kerala. Stephen here? Great. So let's be clear here. 3.5? Is that right? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jana Belke, and I live with my husband and 3 young boys at 100 Esparta, within 500 feet of the property on the next street to the east of Foxtail. I see the subject property from my home, both from my yard and terrace looking over the Summers property and over the canyon, and I look down at it from my second floor. The proposed development will be in my view corridor looking toward the end of Ocean Avenue from my property. The City Council and Planning Commission have long struggled to give residents the development rights they bargained for when they acquired their properties, together with balancing the city's goals of preserving the scale and character of existing homes and being considerate of negative impacts of new development on residents in terms of access to light, air, and privacy. In this case, the owner purchased this property in March 2015 with full knowledge of the steep slope of the hill and the size of the buildable pad. I myself toured the property when it was on the market and ultimately rejected it because I saw the deficiencies of the topography. I knew that if I wanted to maximize the size of the home, I would have to go down into the hill and dig an extraordinarily expensive basement because I wouldn't be able to get much square footage from the existing buildable pad. I now see that creative architecture has trumped my dismissal of this property, and the applicant has managed to push the limits of the existing ordinance in order to maximize the square footage. Here are some of my issues with the project as proposed in the staff report and echoed by our neighbors. First, it focuses almost exclusively on the view of the project from Foxtail, as if the rear view to the neighbors on either side of it, down on Kingman, and the balance of the canyon are not relevant. The report correctly identifies that the massing will be minimized from Foxtail, but on the contrary, it is maximized from the rear and the side of the property. We are going to be viewing this project as either a 3-story house or a 2-story house with massive concrete-driven piles that impair the views and negatively impact the scale and character of the existing homes. Second, I am concerned that the staff report is taking advantage of the unique nature of the site to cherry pick from the code when convenient. The report uses an example of an at-grade property, but the reality of this project is that it is not an at-grade property. The staff report wants the basement level to disappear entirely and for us to imagine the almost 3,000 square foot deck that is cantilevered over the canyon with 10 to 15 concrete-driven piles as just an at-grade deck that shouldn't have limits on size or height. But this isn't a natural conclusion. An at-grade home wouldn't be allowed to have a 3,000 square foot deck to hang up over the yard by 20 feet and tower over the neighbors, and neither should this project. The size of the deck should be decreased, the number and height of the pilings, if they appear, should be reduced, and the deck should be considered part of the parcel coverage because, as the staff report says, all aspects of this project should be viewed as unique. There are significant impacts on the character of the neighborhood because of the proposed development, impacts that our zoning code intended to protect the residents from, and that are completely being disregarded here, simply because the lot is irregular. A hillside home is meant to be built into the hillside and compatible with the topography, not tower above it. And I did want to add my 2 cents that I am on the top of the hillside, do not have a cantilevered deck, and my house sits entirely on the only buildable portion of the property, as do the 3 houses to the east of me. So thank you.
Thank you. Lorena Kerala, to be followed by Jim Menzies and Dan Offner.
Good evening, Commissioners. I have lived at 103 Esparta, which is, Jack lives on, we're 1 block west of Foxtail. East of Foxtail.
Could you state your name too, please?
And we've lived there for 30 years and raised 2 daughters there. And well, all 3 houses are